Chapter 1, Transmigrating into a Book. 9 p.m., the mountain behind the Baiha Brigade Educated Youth Dormitory. The night was silent, the slightest rustle of grass would make one tremble with fear. Bai Yang, feeling guilty as a thief, walked clumsily while clutching a packet of knockout powder. He had just climbed down from a tree and sprained his ankle, the pain in his right ankle was unbearable, and now his legs were shaking even more. He only wanted to find a place to secretly dispose of this hot potato. The packet of knockout powder before the male lead, by Jianan, discovered him. The surroundings were pitch black, and the terrain behind the female educated youth dormitory was rugged. Bai Yang accidentally stepped into a deep pit. He stumbled and fell face first into the dirt, his front teeth aching terribly, and he was forced to swallow a mouthful of mud. Bai Yang, who was originally a 21st century college graduate, cursed under his breath once again. He didn't know if he had lacked virtue in his past life or offended some deity to be sent here. If Bai Yang could choose again, he would have definitely refused his paternal aunt's request to educate his younger female cousin whose grades had plummeted because of her obsession with novels and run away immediately. He would rather have carried his luggage and flown abroad overnight than educate his younger female cousin. If he hadn't gone to talk to her, he wouldn't have found his younger female cousin secretly reading a novel under the covers. Nor would he have confiscated that book titled The 70s, The Beautiful Educated Youth is Pampered by the Rough Man. And he certainly wouldn't have idly flipped through that novel, which looked like a pirated copy, after taking a shower that night. Bai Yang had frowned as he skimmed the summary back then. The book told the story of a fair-skinned, slender-waisted, gentle, and quiet female educated youth, Lin Lulua, who encountered many setbacks in the remote and harsh Bai family village after going to the countryside. In the end, with the help of the village's progressive youth, Bai Jianan, she overcame them all, and the two lived happily together. The content was incredibly boring, and Bai Yang originally had no interest in such novels, but one of the supporting characters had the exact same name as him, so he forced himself to read a few chapters. In the novel, the original owner was the youngest son of the Baiha village brigade leader. Unlike the male lead, the progressive youth Bai Jianan, who had a great reputation in the village, the original owner was lazy, slovenly, and a profligate loathed by everyone, who committed all sorts of evil deeds. Bai Yang felt conflicted when he saw the ending where the original owner, who shared his name, had both legs broken and died shortly after being sent to prison. The font of the entire book was small and dense. And it was terrifyingly thick, totaling over 500 chapters, while the original owner was written out after only a dozen or so chapters. Bai Yang. It turned out he wasn't even a supporting male lead, just a complete piece of villainous cannon fodder. After that, Bai Yang didn't look at the book again, he threw it directly into the trash and went to bed. Little did he expect that upon waking up, he would have transmigrated into this book and become the notorious Bai Yang. The original owner had secretly pocketed a packet of knockout powder, exchanged for an old hen from the village loafer Zhao the pockmarked, planning to quietly drug the female lead. Just as Bai Yang transmigrated, he found himself perched on a crooked tree, at a height where he could just see the small ventilation hole above the wooden door of a dilapidated and simple mud brick house. He thought he was dreaming, curious about what kind of hellhole this was. Bai Yang suddenly heard someone call out Lulua, and only then did he realize he had transmigrated into the book The 70s, The Beautiful Educated Youth is Pampered by the Rough Man as the villainous cannon fodder Bai Yang, who was currently on lookout for a chance to drug the female lead Lin Lulua. Thinking of the original owner's ending in the novel caught red-handed by the male lead Bai Jianan, who was out for a night run, having his legs broken, and dying in prison, Bai Yang shuddered. He immediately climbed down from the crooked tree with the packet of knockout powder and, trembling with fear, prepared to find a place to destroy it. He had already been unlucky enough to twist his ankle while climbing down, and now he had fallen face first and hit his front teeth. Truly rotten luck. Pa! Bai Yang spat out the bloody mud and continued to feel his way through the dark. After walking for a bit, just as he passed the male educated youth dormitory, he threw the packet of knockout powder directly into the fire opening of the earth kong behind the house. The paper-wrapped knockout powder was instantly reduced to ashes, and Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, there was no need to go to such lengths to destroy the evidence. As long as he didn't drug the female lead, it wouldn't be a big problem. But Bai Yang was afraid that if he transmigrated back in a while, the muddled original owner would continue to look for opportunities to drug her. At that moment, Bai Yang suddenly heard voices coming from the house. How annoying. I heard that a few more educated youths are coming to the production brigade tomorrow, and we'll have to share a room with 3 people then. This Kong is already small. It's better over on the female comrade side, there are fewer people, and they each get their own room. Sai, tell me about it. And I heard through the grapevine that among the educated youths coming to our production brigade tomorrow, there's one named Gu Jinchen. Apparently, he knows Comrade Lin, their childhood sweethearts. An envious voice drifted over. Then the voices grew quieter. Bai Yang had no hobby for eavesdropping, so he endured the ankle pain and left. However, the name Gu Jinchen stuck in his mind, and he felt a trace of sympathy and pity for this person. If there was only one person in the novel who interested Bai Yang, it was this man. He was Lin Luo's White Moonlight, and the novel's description of him was exceptionally beautiful. He was handsome, had a cold and clear temperament, was profoundly knowledgeable, and had a super high IQ. During his time in the countryside, he always kept to himself and was known as the flower on a high peak who didn't eat the food of mortals. But he was also canon fodder, living only a few chapters longer than the original owner. A few months after arriving in the countryside, he died in a car accident while returning to the city to visit relatives. Forever living in the female lead's memories, a truly lamentable end. Thinking that the flower on a high peak, Gu Jinchen, would arrive at the production brigade tomorrow, Bai Yang felt a bit curious. What did that paper person, described so beautifully in the book, actually look like? Bai Yang was so curious about Gu Jinchen that he temporarily forgot the pain in his ankle. When he reached flat ground, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the pitch-black surroundings, Bai Yang, who only remembered part of the novel's content and had no memories of the original owner, couldn't find his way home. Just then, a sudden burst of dog barking was heard. Woof! Woof! Bai Yang's legs suddenly felt weak, and his heart raced. Damn! He was most afraid of dogs, please don't come over. He didn't even know where the original owner's home was. Was he going to have to spend the night out in the middle of nowhere, in this godforsaken place? The barking grew louder. And then Bai Yang suddenly felt a dampness on his face as raindrops began to fall. It was starting to rain. To make matters worse, Bai Yang's head throbbed even more. Misfortunes never come singly, he really wanted to bash his head against the roadside to see if he could transmigrate back. At that moment, Bai Yang suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps. Suddenly, Bai Yang's eyes lit up, and an idea came to mind. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, he intentionally lay down in the middle of the road to pretend to have fainted. Closing his eyes and hearing the footsteps become clearer, Bai Yang was extremely nervous, silently counting down in his head. 10-9, 3-1. Ouch! Chapter 2, Summoning the Soul. Bai Yang only felt a burst of pain in his side, and then the person was tripped by him, and a groan was heard. Although Bai Yang never opened his eyes, hearing the thud of the person hitting the ground, he knew the other party had been tripped quite painfully by him. A tiny bit of guilt and remorse suddenly welled up in his heart. The person cried out, then hurriedly checked on the person lying on the ground. Coincidentally, he had a flashlight with him. He turned it on, and seeing that the person lying on the ground was his younger male cousin, he shouted nervously. Bai Yang! Wake up! Bai Yang played dead, resolutely refusing to open his eyes. He thought the other person would carry him home on his back, but this person actually ran away. Ran away. Bai Yang felt a surge of anger in his heart. To think this person was the male lead in the novel and the original owner's cousin. Forget it. Better to rely on oneself than others, he would find a way himself. Enduring the pain in his foot, he crawled up. After walking just a few steps, he suddenly heard the sound of several people running over, accompanied by familiar voices. "Sorry to trouble you two educated youth comrades. My younger male cousin has fainted, the three of us will take turns carrying him." At that moment, Jianan turned on the flashlight and saw his younger male cousin staring at him with wide eyes, the words in his mouth swallowing back down. "Cousin, are you human or a ghost?" Yang, who was originally feeling guilty and flustered, saw the pale-faced, terrified male lead and heard his trembling voice, and his heart suddenly calmed down. "Who are you? Where is this? My head hurts so much. I can't remember anything." Yang, like in the novels he had read before, decisively faked amnesia. After confirming that his younger male cousin was a living person and not a ghost, Jianan felt relieved. Although his younger male cousin was a bit of a rascal, they were relatives after all. So, after thanking the two educated youth comrades, he sent Yang back to his eldest uncle's house. In the novel, the original owner was the youngest child in the family. Just 20 years old. He had an eldest brother 10 years older than him and 3 sisters who were already married. He was a child born late in his parents' lives, and he had a grandmother who infinitely doted on her youngest grandson. Having been pampered by the family since childhood, he had grown into such a rascally character. After being sent home by his cousin Jianan, Yang looked at his family's anxious and worried eyes. He claimed to know nothing and remember nothing. Whenever asked, he just said he had amnesia. The eldest brother, Dechuan, who had already lain down to rest, was immediately ordered by the original owner's father, Shan, the brigade leader of Baihe Brigade, to go and fetch the village's barefoot doctor, Dr. He. Dr. He specialized in Chinese medicine. He asked Yang some questions and subsequently diagnosed him with amnesia. He then rubbed some essential oil on the original owner's ankle, massaged it for a while, and finally left after prescribing a few dogskin plasters. The original owner's grandmother's deep and cloudy eyes looked at her grandson with heartache. She slapped her thigh and then stared at her grandson, saying, "I know. Xiao Bao must have run into the night roaming god while out at night and lost his soul. We need to summon his soul. I'm going to find old woman Zhao right now." Yang thought to himself that the original owner's grandmother was quite feudal and superstitious. However, it was so late. Finally, the original owner's father took a puff of his tobacco, coughed twice, and finally said slowly, "It's too late. Tomorrow he'll have his mother take that old hen from the backyard to invite old woman Zhao." When Yang heard the original owner's father mention the old hen, he felt a bit guilty. In the novel, the original owner had traded the old hen to Zhao the pockmarked for a packet of knockout powder. Surely the family wasn't still in the dark about it. But whatever happened, he would deal with it tomorrow. Having experienced so many terrible things, Yang was tired and exhausted, and just wanted to sleep first. Although Baihe village was a well-known poor village in the province, the original owner's family conditions were considered quite good in the entire village. The original owner's father, Shan, was the brigade leader of the Baihe Brigade. His grandmother and mother were both pungent and diligent people who took good care of the household. And the original owner's eldest brother, Dechuan, had become the brigade's accountant after graduating from junior high school. He was honest, diligent, and simple. The original owner's sister-in-law, Zhao Hehua, was an ordinary clerk in the brigade's women's federation. She had a pungent personality and was petty, but she was also the only person in the family who disliked the original owner. She had been secretly wanting to split the family. But no one in the family agreed. The Bai family members were all diligent and simple, with a good family atmosphere. However, the original owner had grown into a crooked tree in the upright Bai family, and really had nothing to do with the name Bai Yang at all. Sleeping on the warm kanga, Bai Yang's tense mind relaxed, and images of the original owner's experiences began to surface in his mind like a movie. At 5:30 the next morning, Bai Yang was woken up by the sound of a rooster crowing. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Another loud crowing sounded. Bai Yang gave a start, and the sleepiness in his body completely vanished. He sat up and looked at the earth wall covered with yellowing white paper and the quilt with 2 patches. A flash of disappointment crossed Bai Yang's eyes. At this time, Bai Yang suddenly discovered that he had many more memories in his head. These memories were different from the short and sketchy descriptions in the book. The large and small scenes the original owner had experienced since childhood all surfaced in his mind one by one. Sigh. Bai Yang let out a sigh. He hadn't traveled back, but instead gained the original owner's memories. It seemed he would probably have to spend his whole life here. Forget it. I'll just let things be. Fortunately, I'm alone and don't have to worry about anyone else. There are no other family members left, my only relative is my young aunt. I hope my younger female cousin can study hard and take good care of my young aunt after she graduates and gets a job. Bai Yang had always been a person who took things as they came and had a relatively easygoing personality. After thinking it through, he felt much better. Although the original owner had a terrible reputation, he looked 80% like Bai Yang himself. When he was in school, he received so many love letters his hands got soft. Especially in the art academy, where there were more women than men. He was even voted the school hunk of the department. The original owner's looks weren't bad, but his temperament was a bit thuggish and greasy, plus he was extremely slovenly. His hair was so long it covered his eyes, and he even had lice. At this moment, Bai Yang only felt a sour and stinking smell all over him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He immediately went to the kitchen to boil a large pot of hot water, intending to take a bath. However, just as he reached the kitchen, he saw his eldest sister-in-law steaming corn buns in the kitchen. Eldest sister-in-law, morning. Bai Yang took the initiative to greet her. Zhao Huahua looked at this younger brother-in-law, who usually slept until after 9 o'clock, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes that he was up so early today. At first glance, his back was straight, and his eyes were full of frankness and clarity. It was rare to find him pleasing to the eye for once. Up so early? Bai Yang rubbed his extremely itchy hair and replied with a shy smile. I want to boil some hot water and take a bath. I'm stinking all over. After hearing her younger brother-in-law's answer, Zhao Huahua felt like the sun had risen from the west. This younger brother-in-law was the most slovenly person in the family. He wouldn't even change his clothes after wearing them for a month if his mother-in-law didn't nag him. Today, he actually thought of taking a bath so early. By the way, mother-in-law has already taken a pound of white sugar to old woman Zhao's house. If you're going to have your soul summoned later, you should tidy yourself up. This large stove has hot water, you don't need to boil any, just use it directly. Bai Yang's beautiful almond eyes lit up a bit. Thank you, eldest sister-in-law. I'll go fetch some water later. After saying that, he went out. Zhao Huahua, however, didn't think her younger brother-in-law would actually fetch water. But she didn't expect him to do any work for the family either, it would be good enough if he didn't cause trouble. After taking a bath, Bai Yang conveniently cut his hair, which could cover his eyes, into a fresh and good-looking short style. He looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. He had worked part-time as a barber in college, it seemed he hadn't forgotten his skills. After changing into clean clothes, Bai Yang instantly felt refreshed. He also washed all of the original owner's stinking clothes. When he finally finished, it was exactly 8 o'clock, and the original owner's mother arrived with old woman Zhao. Bai Yang, who originally scoffed at feudal superstitions, intended to cooperate with his family to give them peace of mind and get some peace for himself. However, he was told that the ritual had to be performed wherever the soul was lost. Bai Yang spoke up several times to object. But it was all to no avail. Old woman Zhao had looked at his birth chart and calculated the auspicious time. Bai Yang. Chapter 3, Love at First Sight. The original owner's grandmother had heard from her eldest grandson's wife that her youngest grandson had woken up before dawn to bathe and spruce himself up. Looking at her now much more energetic-looking youngest grandson, she nodded in satisfaction, her cloudy eyes filled with tenderness. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on the road next to the male-educated youth dormitory in the Baiha Brigade, Bai Yang watched as several aunties and children stared at him like he was a monkey in a zoo. He felt an immediate sense of social death, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and bury himself. Old woman Zhao, Mother Bai, and the grandmother, however, had solemn and pious expressions on their faces. They took out a prepared boiled egg with a little figure drawn on it. Speaking of which, this little figure had been drawn by Bai Yang himself, a cartoon chibi version of himself. His 6-year-old little nephew had seen it and clung to him, wanting one too. Bai Yang had taken another boiled egg and drawn a cartoon version of his nephew, only then did the child contentedly take it out to show off to the other kids. Old woman Zhao tied a red string around the egg, winding it into a cross shape, then placed the egg upright and steady. She burned spirit money while calling out the original owner's childhood nickname, chanting as she did so. Little Bao's soul returned from the west of Baiha village and arrive at the east. Little Bao returned from the 1st Brigade and arrive at the 2nd Brigade. Little Bao's soul come back, come back. After she finished chanting, old woman Zhao dabbed a spot of red between Bai Yang's eyebrows. The surrounding aunties who were watching all began to laugh. Oh my! This boy from the Bai family looks like a child attendant of Guanyin Bodhisattva. With that cinnabar mole on his brow, he's truly a darling. The surrounding children burst into laughter again. When the original owner's grandmother heard people saying her youngest grandson looked like Guanyin's attendant, the wrinkles on her face bloomed with a wide smile. Bai Yang was beyond embarrassed. His naturally fair face turned a deep, explosive red. Just then, there was a stir in the crowd over there. Curious, Bai Yang looked up and saw a young man wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He had a tall, slender build, an outstanding temperament, and handsome features. The man seemed to carry his own filter within the crowd. Just then, he looked over, his dark, deep eyes resembling a black hole. Bai Yang's heart skipped a beat. Then, the corners of the other man's mouth curled up slightly. And his beautiful eyes seemed to flash with starlight. Bai Yang's mouth hung open slightly as he stared at the man in obsession. He could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Thump thump. As a gay man who had been single for 20 years, Bai Yang had fallen in love at first sight with a man from this era. Comrade Gu, over there is our dormitory. At that moment, Bai Yang heard one of the men speaking to that person in a warm, enthusiastic tone. He realized that the man he had just fallen for was the female lead's white moonlight who died young in the novel Gu Jinshan. By now, the red string around the egg had been burned away, and old woman Zhao's soul-summoning ritual was over. This egg has been blessed by my ritual, it can keep a person safe. Remember to eat it yourself later, don't throw it away. After finishing the ritual, old woman Zhao looked at the onlookers and felt increasingly impressive herself. Thinking that this Bai family boy was usually absurd and reckless. She feared he might just throw the egg away and disrespect the spirits, so she added another reminder. After speaking, she lifted her chin and left, enjoying the gazes of others. Mother Bai and the grandmother both stepped forward to thank old woman Zhao, even inviting her to their home for dinner that evening. With a still warm boiled egg stuffed into his hand, Bai Yang thought about how Gu Jinshan would die young in a car accident a few months later in the book. His brow furrowed instantly, and his heart panicked. Bai Yang, who advocated for science and never believed in any feudal superstitions, was suddenly possessed. He ran over with a red face and forced the egg old woman Zhao had given him into the man's hand, saying nervously and with a stutter. "This egg is for you." After speaking, he saw everyone else looking at him with surprised and strange expressions. Even though he prided himself on having skin thicker than a city wall. Facing the man who made his heart flutter for the first time in 20 years of singlehood, and thinking about how he had just experienced social death like a monkey, Bai Yang's face burned with shame. "Hi. Bye-bye." As soon as he finished, Bai Yang took off running, showing the momentum of a 400-meter sprint test from his university days. Bai Yang ran all the way to the hill behind his house. On the empty, deserted hillside, he let out a loud shout. Bai Yang! You're so stupidea! Now that he had calmed down, Bai Yang cursed himself again for being so brain-dead. He had been single for 20 years and finally met a man he liked, only to impulsively stuff an egg covered in ash into the guy's hand. Moreover, he had no connection to the man, and combined with the original owner's deeply rooted negative image, who knows what the guy would think of him. Bai Yang scratched his hair irritably and wandered around the back hill for a while before heading home. Upon returning home, Bai Yang originally intended to go back to his room quietly, but while passing the main room, he accidentally overheard voices coming from inside. Old Bai. I went to a meeting at the commune yesterday. One of the advanced brigades this time set up a literacy class and received praise from the commune. I've been thinking about it all night. Although our Baiha brigade is a bit poor, we have quite a few educated youth comrades coming to our team this year. We could follow suit. This voice belonged to Secretary Wang of the Baiha brigade. In the original owner's memory, this secretary disliked him quite a bit because the original owner had been caught several times doing bad things like stealing chickens or fighting. The secretary would scold him without mercy and report him to Father Bai, resulting in the original owner getting a beating. Setting aside the original owner's prejudice against Secretary Wang, hearing Secretary Wang's words now, Bai Yang actually felt quite a bit of respect for him. In the original book, he was also a good secretary. Just as Bai Yang turned to leave, he heard Father Bai's voice. That's a good idea, but it would be best if our brigade also produced a villager, preferably a young kid who has been to school, to be responsible for organizing the villagers and communicating with those educated youth comrades. Hearing Father Bai's voice, Bai Yang suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He immediately abandoned the idea of quietly returning to his room and stepped into the main room, shouting loudly in a polite yet enthusiastic tone. Dad! You and Uncle Wang are home. Father Bai had been discussing serious matters with Secretary Wang. Being suddenly interrupted by his youngest son, he instinctively scolded. You brat! Can't you see your Uncle Wang and I are busy? Go away. Don't cause trouble. However, Secretary Wang, sitting on the edge of the kanga beside Father Bai, looked at Bai Yang with a trace of surprise flashing across his dark face. Usually, this boy from the Bai family would avoid him like a mouse seeing a cat, running far away every time. Today was rare, he actually took the initiative to say hello. Moreover, looking at him today, he had cleaned himself up, his back was straight, and those clear black and white eyes showed none of the usual sneakiness or hooliganism, only clarity and honesty. Old Bai. Don't be so quick to scold the child. Secretary Wang pursed his lips and stroked the stubble on his chin, advising Father Bai. Ahem. At this point, Bai Yang cleared his throat and spoke. Dad. Uncle Wang. I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. Regarding our Baiha brigade setting up a literacy class, I think this idea is exceptionally wise and brilliant. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, and science and technology are the primary productive forces. To make our Baiha brigade bigger and stronger, the establishment of a literacy class is very necessary. Bai Yang delivered this speech with great spirit. Father Bai and Secretary Wang looked at him in shock. In an instant, the lazy, good-for-nothing brat who was usually disliked by everyone seemed to be enveloped in the light of righteousness. Chapter 4, Literacy Class. Bai Yang continued in a passionate tone. Dad. Uncle Wang. I used to be a real scoundrel, but from today on, I've decided to turn over a new leaf, reform myself, and become a new man. I hope Uncle Wang and Dad can give me a chance to redeem myself. I'm willing to volunteer for the literacy class without pay, to contribute my part to the development of our Baiha brigade. After saying this, Bai Yang felt the sun shining in from the doorway right onto the top of his head. It was a bit hot. So he took a step forward and recommended himself with an enthusiastic and sincere tone. After much persuasion and finally getting the result he wanted, Bai Yang gave the two men a deep bow. "Dad. Uncle Wang. I'll do a great job. You two carry on, I won't disturb you any longer." A good while after Bai Yang left, Uncle Wang patted Father Bai on the shoulder and sighed with a gratified tone. "Old Bai, your boy Bai Yang really has changed. It's like he's a completely different person." Father Bai, who had always looked down on feudal superstitions and had only intended to let old woman Zhao perform a soul-summoning ritual to comfort his mother and wife, felt his convictions crumbling a bit. He muttered to himself, wondering if old woman Zhao's soul-summoning art actually worked. Back in his own room, Bai Yang whistled happily. Humph. He really was a clever little devil. On the way back, he had been thinking about how to get close to Gu Jinchen. This was perfect, he finally had a chance. At this moment, Bai Yang was more eager than anyone for the Baihe Brigade's literacy class to be established quickly. After rummaging through the original owner's room for a while, Bai Yang finally found a yellowed scratch pad, half a pencil, and a 7th grade Chinese textbook that was being used to prop up a wooden stool. Although the original owner was notorious in the Baihe Brigade, he was one of the few who had a junior high school education. It was also because of this important reason that Secretary Wang had just agreed to let him try assisting with the literacy class. In the original owner's memories, he had spent his time at school fighting, joining gangs, and being vain. He never studied properly. He had even secretly thrown his elementary school textbooks into the stove to burn. The only remaining 8th grade Chinese textbook had been used to level a wooden stool. Bai Yang took the pencil and listed some plans for launching the literacy class on the scratchpad. In the end, without realizing it, he had filled half a page of the scratchpad with the name Gu Jinchen. His mind was filled with the man's figure and those cold, aloof eyes. Liking someone for the first time, Bai Yang felt like he had developed a love brain. Finally, Bai Yang tore off a new sheet of paper and carefully wrote out the recruitment content, while also cleverly arranging the layout and drawing some small illustrations. After finishing the design of this recruitment letter, Bai Yang grew bored. Staying at home made him feel restless, so he simply got up and left the house. Running over to the educated youth dormitory, Bai Yang didn't run into the person he was longing for. Instead, he encountered the original book's female lead, Lin Luluo. Lin Luluo wore a floral shirt and military green pants. Her hair was tied in 2 ponytails, she was beautiful, with fair skin and a slender figure. Bai Yang knew the beautiful woman before him was the female lead. There was no benefit in offending her, and since the original owner truly had harbored ill intentions toward her, he felt conflicted and didn't know how to face her. Meanwhile, Lin Luluo looked at the hoodlum before her with an expression of disgust and disdain, treating him coldly. "Bai Yang, don't come here to pester me anymore. I will never like you, so give up on that idea." Bai Yang cursed the original owner in his heart and quickly said. "Comrade Lin, I apologize to you. I won't bother you again in the future. Also, let me clarify, I don't." Before Bai Yang could finish, he saw Comrade Lin's disgusted expression vanish instantly. A faint blush appeared on her fair face. And her eyes brightened. Jinchen, what a coincidence. Then she suddenly ran forward, heading right past him. When Bai Yang heard the name Jinchen, his body froze. He slowly turned around and saw the two of them standing together under a willow tree not far away. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked like a perfect match. Looking at this clearly beautiful scene, Bai Yang's face was filled with disappointment. Right at that moment, the man looked over, and his eyes met Bai Yang's. It was a look of coldness and disgust, as if he were looking at trash. Bai Yang's face turned pale instantly, and his body felt as if it were in an ice cellar. He was all too familiar with that kind of look. Long-buried scars began to surface in his mind. "It's your fault your parents died. You're an ungrateful wolf. Look, that child is a cursed star, he brought bad luck and killed his mom and dad. Son, stay away from that boy in the future. Whatever you do, don't play with him. Those long-forgotten scenes flashed in his head. Tears fell from Bai Yang's eyes unconsciously. He sniffled, turned, and ran away. He ran a long way before stopping by the roadside, gasping for breath. What's wrong with you? A concerned voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Bai Yang sniffled and wiped the tear tracks from his face with his sleeve. He turned to see a refined-looking young man wearing glasses. Bai Yang recognized him. It was educated youth Lu, the educated youth comrade his cousin Bai Jinan had asked to help carry him back last night after he had transmigrated and faked a faint. I'm fine. Bai Yang had already composed his emotions. He ruffled his hair and grinned at the other man, revealing his white teeth as he replied in a forcefully casual tone. Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Remembering that this person's health had seemed terrible last night, and having seen him from a distance just now doubled over and gasping with a deathly pale face. He had been afraid the guy would suddenly collapse. Seeing that his complexion had recovered and he could answer, he seemed to be okay, so Lu Wen felt relieved. Bai Yang then thought of the recruitment letter for the literacy class teacher he had tucked in his pocket, which he had written so carefully with his pencil. He had originally intended to hand it to that man personally, but now, thinking of those cold and disgusted eyes, a trace of self-mockery flashed in Bai Yang's eyes. He pulled the meticulously designed recruitment letter from his pocket. Educated youth Lu, our Baiha Brigade plans to set up a literacy class. Secretary Wang and the brigade leader have put me in charge of this. I'm planning to invite you excellent educated youth comrades to teach everyone. One class can count for its work points, and the work is easy. This is the recruitment letter, have a look. Upon hearing Bai Yang's words, a look of joy instantly appeared on Lu Wen's face. Really, is it true? His voice was excited and full of disbelief. Bai Yang nodded. Although his original intention for joining the literacy class was for Gu Jinchen, now that he had become the Bai Yang of the Baiha Brigade and had recommended himself to Father Bai and Secretary Wang to take on this task, he had to be responsible for the literacy class. Comrade Lu, please go back and tell the other educated youth comrades. Anyone interested can come and sign up. I have things to do, so I'll be going now. Lu Wen nodded immediately and promised. I'll definitely spread the word to the others, don't you worry. After handing the recruitment letter to educated youth Lu, Bai Yang went to the brigade office, intending to discuss some of his ideas for the literacy class with Secretary Wang. Chapter 5, Childhood Sweethearts. When Lu Wen returned to the educated youth dormitory, he saw that his other two roommates were both in the room. Gao Yuan, who had come down to the countryside with him over a month ago, was currently sitting on the Kong reading a book, while the new roommate who arrived this morning, Comrade Gu, was sitting on a chair holding an egg. That handsome yet aloof face wore an expression that was difficult to decipher. Although he lived in the same room as Comrade Gu, they hadn't spoken more than a few words all day. However, considering they would be living in the same educated youth dormitory and spending a long time together in the future, he took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Comrade Gu. Gu Jinchen put away the egg in his hand and replied politely but distantly. Hello. His voice was cold yet magnetic, with a standard capital city accent. At this moment, Gao Yuan noticed Lu Wen holding a piece of paper and asked curiously. Lu Wen. What is that in your hand? A joyful expression appeared on Lu Wen's face as he quickly sat on the edge of the Kong, handed this recruitment notice to Gao Yuan, and said in an excited tone. Did you know? On my way back just now, I ran into Comrade Bai Yang, Captain Bai's son. He gave this to me. Before Gao Yuan even had a chance to read the contents of the paper, his face instantly changed upon hearing the name Bai Yang, showing an expression of disgust and disdain. How did you run into that person? What bad luck. Lu Wen, let me tell you, that guy relies on his father being the brigade leader to pester educated youth Lin relentlessly. I also heard he's just a local hooligan in the village. You should stay far away from that hoodlum in the future. While Gao Yuan was saying these things, neither of them noticed that the originally cold and aloof Gu Jinshan's expression had become particularly unsightly. Gao Yuan. You might have misunderstood him. I think he's a pretty good person. Anyway. Look at this recruitment flyer. The production brigade plans to set up a literacy class and wants us to participate in teaching. The benefits are quite good. Lu Wen quickly interrupted Gao Yuan's accusations and reminded him to look at the content on the paper. At this point, Gao Yuan looked down at the paper, and a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Before even reading the text, he was immediately attracted by the handwriting and the small illustrations on the page. First of all, the handwriting was fresh, elegant, vigorous, and powerful. The entire page was neat and orderly, with some very beautiful small illustrations on the side. Just looking at it was pleasing to the eye. His eyes were instantly drawn to it. As he read the content more carefully and saw the benefits at the bottom, especially that one class could count for a full day's work points, Gao Yuan's eyes lit up, and his face filled with excitement. Was this really given to you by that hoodlum Bai Yang? Gao Yuan still didn't trust the notorious Bai Yang and asked in a questioning tone. Lu Wen, who was usually patient and good-tempered, rolled his eyes at him and didn't answer. He directly took back the invitation that Gao Yuan had finished reading, stood up, and walked over to Gu Jinshan. Comrade Gu, would you like to take a look too? If you're interested, we can go to the production brigade office together later to inquire about it. Gu Jinshan's body paused for a moment. Just as Lu Wen thought he wasn't interested in the matter. He suddenly took the invitation and said a flat thank you. Seeing Gu Jinshan accept the recruitment flyer, a look of surprise appeared on Gao Yuan's face. Unlike the bookworm Lu Wen, he knew a bit more about this new roommate. It was said that his family background was very good and he came from the capital city. Not only was his appearance superior, but his temperament was also outstanding. Every gesture gave others a cold and noble feeling. As far as he knew, the female educated youths next door had all been secretly coming to him to ask about him. However, after learning that Comrade Gu and Comrade Lin Lulua were childhood sweethearts, they gave up on those thoughts. Hearts were broken on the female educated youth's side, and several comrades on the male side were also particularly disappointed. After all, Comrade Lin Lulua was the most beautiful among their batch of female educated youths. Several male educated youths had secret crushes on her and would usually scramble to take care of her and help her with tasks during work. Today, he had seen educated youth Lin and educated youth Gu walking side by side, and the gentle, shy expression on educated youth Lin's face was completely different from her distant and polite attitude toward other male comrades. And since the brigade leader's younger son, that hoodlum Bai Yang, had been high profile in his pursuit of educated youth Lin lately, Comrade Gu Jinshan should particularly loathe that hoodlum Bai Yang. Then let's go ask Secretary Wang at the production brigade tomorrow morning. Oh right. I promised Comrade Bai Yang to help spread the word. I'll go to the other dorms and the female educated youth side to see if anyone else is interested. After Lu Wen finished speaking, he glanced at Comrade Gu. Seeing him focused on the recruitment flyer, he felt a bit awkward about taking it back. Thinking that he already knew the specific contents by heart anyway, he didn't plan to ask for it back and walked straight out of the room. Busyness is the best cure for sentimentality. Bai Yang only kept himself from having spare time to be sad by staying constantly active. On the way to the production brigade, Bai Yang reorganized his thoughts and plans regarding the literacy class in his mind once more. After walking for exactly 20 minutes, he reached the production brigade headquarters. It consisted of two low, dilapidated rooms with a wooden sign hanging above, carved with the large characters, Baiha Brigade Production Department. Bai Yang walked to the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Secretary Wang's familiar voice came from inside, and Bai Yang pushed open the door and entered. In the simple and plain room, beside Secretary Wang, there was another person sitting there. He looked to be in his 40s, with a burly build, a square face, and thick eyebrows over large eyes. He didn't look like an ordinary villager. An enamel mug sat on the table with some tea leaves steeping inside. "Uncle Wang. You're busy. Sorry to disturb you. How about I come back to find you a bit later?" Bai Yang's polite and humble voice rang out. Just as he was about to leave, Secretary Wang suddenly called out hurriedly. "Xiao Bai. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." After saying that, his attitude immediately did a 360-degree turn as he spoke to the other man in a warm and respectful tone. "Director Huang. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Yang. Comrade Xiao Bai is an outstanding youth of our Baihe Brigade. The ideas I just mentioned to you, Director Huang, were actually told to me by Xiao Bai. Regarding the establishment of a literacy class in our Baihe Brigade, Xiao Bai has a lot of insights. It's a coincidence we ran into him. Let him give you a detailed report, Director Huang." Hearing Secretary Wang boast about him being an outstanding youth without even blinking, Bai Yang felt extremely guilty when he thought of the trouble the original owner had caused. However, he didn't let it show. With a polite and humble smile on his face, he felt lucky that he had planned ahead and done his homework. Chapter 6, Rainy Night, Episode. Half an hour later, Director Huang excitedly slapped Secretary Wang's thigh and said in an excited tone. "Great idea. Why didn't I think of this before?" Secretary Wang's thigh was slapped with a loud thwack. His dark face turned red from the pain, and his jaw clenched tight. However, seeing Director Huang's excitement, he felt a mix of pain and joy. His eyes darted around, and he struck while the iron was hot. Then, Director Huang, about the subsidy. Director Huang no longer had his previous hesitant and stalling attitude. He said straightforwardly. "As soon as I return to the commune, I'll write a report to the organization. At the same time, I'll promote and publicize this idea of our little comrade Bai. Old Wang, I didn't realize your Baihe Brigade was a place of hidden talents." Secretary Wang glanced at the kid, Bai Yang, with a gratified and proud look, chuckling twice. After the matter was settled, Director Huang decided to get up and leave. Before going, he patted Bai Yang's shoulder and said. "You kid, work hard. I have high hopes for you." Then, Secretary Wang warmly and respectfully saw Director Huang off. A moment later, he returned and, seeing Bai Yang, excitedly slapped him on the shoulder. But Bai Yang reacted quickly and dodged. "You brat. Ha." Secretary Wang didn't get angry. Instead, looking at the lively Bai Yang, he couldn't help but laugh. "Director Huang from the commune was full of praise for you. I'm putting you in charge of the literacy class. You better not let me down at the critical moment." Bai Yang quickly expressed his stance. "Uncle Wang, I will definitely work hard." Looking at the young man before him, Secretary Wang sighed inwardly that the old fellow Bai Shan was truly lucky. Not only had his son turned over a new leaf, but he was also so capable. Ahem. Right, you focus on this matter for the brigade from now on. I'll count it as 8 work points a day for you. Upon hearing Secretary Wang's words, Bai Yang's beautiful almond-shaped eyes immediately lit up. He said excitedly. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." After leaving the Baihe Brigade production department, Bai Yang, who had been heartbroken by Gu Jinshan's cold and disgusted gaze, was now fully revitalized. For the next 2 days, Bai Yang didn't go to the educated youth dormitory. Instead, he was busy setting up the temporary classroom for the literacy class. The location was finally set in an abandoned ancient temple at the village entrance. The area wasn't large, and it was quite old. There used to be monks in the temple, but it was later abandoned due to war. Now, in peaceful times, this ancient temple was under the unified management of the production brigade. They had previously thought about turning it into an educated youth dormitory, but considering it was an ancient temple, people were somewhat superstitious, so no one moved in. Instead, the educated youth dormitory was built nearby. Now, this ancient temple was just right for use as the literacy class classroom. Secretary Wang also liked this place, after all. It saved a large sum of money that would have been spent on building a new classroom. Next, after arranging some stools, tables, a blackboard, and chalk, classes could begin. When work finishes today, your father and I will notify the villagers to gather here tomorrow at 7 p.m. These are the registration forms submitted by the educated youth comrades this morning. Take a look and pick a few people to take turns teaching. If they're suitable, make the arrangements. Secretary Wang patted Bai Yang's shoulder, gave him a look of encouragement, and left. Bai Yang looked at the registration forms in his hand. Except for a few individuals, almost everyone had signed up, totaling 10 educated youths. When Bai Yang saw the last two names, his eyes dimmed significantly. Lin Lulua and Gu Jinshan had both signed up. If it had been 2 days ago, Bai Yang would have been extremely excited to see Gu Jinshan sign up. But now his feelings were much more complicated. Thinking that he would frequently see them being sweet and affectionate in the future, Bai Yang felt it was like a knife to the heart. Bai Yang single-handedly came up with a set of simple test questions and made 10 copies. The content was easy, with the last few questions focusing more on character assessment. After finishing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but have that man's image pop into his head once he had a free moment, so he started busying himself again, tidying up the place alone. Time passed quickly while his body was busy. Before he knew it, it was dark. The originally dilapidated and messy ancient temple had been made much cleaner and more presentable by Bai Yang. When Bai Yang stepped out of the ancient temple, he suddenly felt a wet sensation on his face. It was raining. It had just started. Bai Yang thought it wouldn't get too heavy before he reached home. But he didn't expect that as soon as he ran out of the ancient temple, the raindrops became more and more intense, followed by a downpour. How unlucky. His clothes nearly soaked through, Bai Yang couldn't help but curse. He hated rainy days the most. Whenever this weather hit, Bai Yang couldn't help but become irritable and lose control, feeling anxious and afraid. Ever since that rainy night when he was 6, after the tragic news his aunt brought, he had spent a night alone in the funeral parlor. That night, it rained all night long, with terrifying and horrific thunder crashing incessantly. Look at that little boy. His parents were among those killed in the flight accident, yet he hasn't shed a single tear all night. What an ungrateful wretch. Exactly, so cold-blooded. That child is terrifying. It's all your fault. Why didn't you die? Why wasn't it you who died instead of my daughter? His head throbbed more and more. Those people's voices were like a curse. Engraved in his mind. Bai Yang's face was now deathly pale, and his body began to tremble. He covered his ears, wanting to shut out those voices, but it was to no avail. Boom! Suddenly, a violent clap of thunder rang out, and a flash of white light streaked across the pitch-black sky. The lightning, the thunder, and the pouring rain in the dark night were exactly the same as that night. Dad! Mom, please save me. Bai Yang's body felt heavy and dizzy. He had no strength left. He crouched on the ground, his body shaking violently. The torrential rain pelted his body, leaving him in a wretched state. He couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality, feeling as though he had returned to that night in the funeral parlor. Just then, a gentle and deep voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It's okay now. He felt a warm and familiar aura, and the curse-like voices in his head vanished at that moment. The guilt and pain dissipated. And his mind felt a wave of exhaustion. In the last moment of consciousness, Bai Yang tightly grasped his lifeline. Don't go. Gu Jinshan put down his umbrella, knelt, and carefully held the unconscious person. The body in his arms was soaking wet and burning hot. The anxious and fragile expression on his face evoked a strong protective urge. The rain continued to fall. The person in his arms was burning up with a fever, so Gu Jinshan took off his jacket without hesitation. The other person's hand tightly gripped a corner of his clothes, refusing to let go. It took Gu Jinshan a great deal of effort to remove his jacket and wrap it around the trembling body. Chapter 7, A Chaotic Mess. When Bai Yang woke up and saw the yellowed old newspapers pasted around him in the unfamiliar room, a flash of confusion crossed his face for a moment. "Comrade Bai. You're awake." Just as Bai Yang was wondering where he was, a delighted voice suddenly came from beside him, followed by the sight of a familiar figure walking over. "Educated youth Lu, where is this?" The voice that came out of his mouth was raspy and carried a heavy nasal tone. Lu Wen held a brand new white enamel mug, poured a cup of warm water, and walked over to hand it to Bai Yang, who was lying on the bed. "Drink some water first, don't worry. This is the medicine doctor he prescribed last night, take a dose now." When Bai Yang saw the concern for him on the face of the gentle and honest educated youth Lu, who was wearing glasses, he was deeply moved. "Thank you, educated youth Lu." After taking the medicine, Bai Yang gulped down the warm water in the enamel mug in one go, not leaving a single drop. His dry and raspy throat finally felt much more comfortable. Bai Yang remembered that last night, due to the rain and thunder along with many other factors, the illness that hadn't flared up in a long time had recurred. In his memory, someone had come and saved him last night when his consciousness was blurred. Thinking of that warm and clean scent before he finally lost consciousness, Bai Yang's face went blank. "Educated youth Lu, do you know who saved me last night?" Bai Yang looked at Lu Wen nervously and anxiously, his voice trembling slightly as he asked. "It was Gao Yuan from our dormitory. He happened to pass by when you fainted last night and brought you here." Upon hearing educated youth Liu's answer, a flash of disappointment crossed Bai Yang's eyes, and those expectant eyes dimmed considerably. With his head lowered, Bai Yang didn't notice the nervous and guilty look behind educated youth Liu's black-rimmed glasses, nor how his right hand was unnaturally picking at his palm. "Oh right. Comrade Bai, you had a very high fever last night. I went to fetch Dr. He, and he prescribed some fever-reducing medicine for you. There are a few doses left here. Remember to take them on time when you go back. The instructions are written on them. Can you walk now? Do you need me to notify your family, Comrade Bai?" Lu Wen then asked in a nervous and apprehensive tone. "I can go back on my own. There's no need to tell my dad and the others about the fever, I'm afraid they'll worry. I'm really grateful to you and educated youth Gao for last night." Bai Yang expressed his gratitude solemnly and sincerely. After getting out of bed, Bai Yang felt that although his head was still a bit groggy, it wasn't serious, and walking home by himself wouldn't be a problem at all. As he was preparing to leave, he froze for a moment when he saw the gray knitted sweater and black linen cotton trousers he was wearing. Then he realized his clothes from last night must have been soaked through, and he must be wearing Comrade Liu's clothes, so he spoke up to ask. "Educated youth Lu, are these clothes yours? Is it all right if I wash them and bring them back to you at this time tomorrow?" "No. No rush. That's fine, that's fine." Then goodbye, educated youth Lu." After Lu Wen watched Bai Yang leave, he took a deep breath, he had almost let the secret slip just now. He wondered what educated youth Gu was thinking. Why make him deceive Comrade Bai Yang and not tell the truth? He was never good at lying, especially when he looked into Comrade Bai Yang's clean and pure eyes, the sense of guilt was particularly deep. Although he often heard others say many bad things about Comrade Bai Yang, Lu Wen trusted his own eyes. Comrade Bai Yang was nothing like the notorious hooligans in those rumors. Sigh. Lu Yuan sighed, then put the brand new white enamel mug that Bai Yang had just used back on Gu Jinshan's desk, preparing to make breakfast. When Bai Yang arrived home, it was not yet 6:30. The others hadn't gone to work yet and had just woken up. Just as he stepped through the gate, Bai Yang saw Father Bai with a broom in his hand and a livid face. "You brat! Where were you fooling around last night? How dare you stay out all night?" And where did you steal these clothes? I'll beat you to death, you rascal. After roaring this, he picked up the broom, preparing to strike Bai Yang. Looking at the broom used for sweeping the chicken coop, still covered in white chicken droppings, Bai Yang cursed the original owner once more in his heart. He hurriedly dodged and shouted loudly. Dad! You've wronged me. Listen to my explanation. Given the original owner's past misdeeds and record, Father Bai would certainly not believe his son again. Especially after hearing old Wang praise his son before finishing work yesterday afternoon, he had been feeling proud, thinking his son had turned over a new leaf. But in less than 2 days, his true colors were revealed. Staying out all night was one thing. But he even dared to steal someone else's clothes. However happy he had been yesterday afternoon was how angry he was now. Seeing the boy dodge, he became exasperated. He threw down the broom and picked up a stick from the yard, preparing to give the brat a harsh lesson. When Bai Yang saw the stick in Father Bai's hand, he thought despairingly that at least there was no disgusting chicken manure. At most, he'd take a beating in his but would hurt for a while, so he stopped dodging and closed his eyes. At this moment, Mother Bai and the grandmother, who were already anxious and worried about their precious son and grandson, grew frantic when they saw Father Bai pick up the wooden stick. Father of my child! You can't do that! Mother Bai hurriedly shouted, running forward to grab the stick in Father Bai's hand. The grandmother, over 70 with gray hair and usually having difficulty walking, now moved as if she had wings. She ran to the front of Bai Yang, raised her cane, and pointed it tremblingly at her son as she roared. Gooden! If you want to hit Xiao Bao, hit this old woman first. Father Bai's livid face instantly turned flushed with embarrassment and anger. Mother! I've told you so many times, don't call me Gooden. Just then, 6-year-old Bai Xiaoyu, the youngest in the family, looked up from the chick he was holding with wide eyes and said innocently. Grandma! Who is Gooden? When the child's curious and simple voice rang out, the yard suddenly fell silent. At this moment, the big rooster that crowed on schedule every day fluttered over while searching for its chick, tilted its head back, and let out a crow. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Pft. Cough cough. Bai Duchuan, who was crouching in the room peeking, couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Seeing his father's sour expression, he immediately covered his mouth. You brat, Bai Duchuan. How dare you laugh at your old man? See if I don't beat you to death. Father Bai, who had been in a standoff, now gave up on his youngest son who was being protected by his mother and wife. He threw down the stick, picked up the broom again, and ran toward the upper room in a rage. Then came a scream from Bai Duchuan and the sound of Father Bai's cursing. The rooster in the yard was still crowing proudly, and the active and lively Bai Xiaoyu was playing with the chick again. It was utter chaos. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief, calmed his nervous heart, and then hurriedly explained to Mother Bai and the grandmother. Mother! Grandma! These clothes weren't stolen, educated youth Lu Wan from our production brigade lent them to me. My clothes were soaked by the rain yesterday, and I slept at his place last night. After Mother Bai and the grandmother heard Bai Yang's explanation, they immediately felt very sorry for him and hurriedly told him to go rest, while incessantly blaming Father Bai for being impulsive and reckless in hitting people without knowing the facts. Chapter 8. Crashing into him, disappointment. After returning to his room, Mother Bai walked in with a large bowl after a short while. Little treasure, eat it while it's hot. Your grandmother is brewing ginger soup for you. Have a good rest after eating. Mother Bai placed the bowl on the Kong table, then rubbed her son's hair and said with concern. Bai Yang's eyes were a bit sore. At this moment, looking at this simple and gentle middle-aged woman, he felt a long-lost maternal love. Thank you, Mother and Grandma. Bai Yang's voice was a bit choked and raspy. You silly child. Why are you being so polite with your mother? I know you've been wronged. Don't worry, they'll give your father a good lesson, I won't let him sleep in the room tonight. Seeing her most beloved little treasure's eyes turning red, Mother Bai felt even more resentful toward Father Bai. She looked at her son with heartache and said. Hearing his mother's words, Bai Yang couldn't help but smile. The corners of his mouth curling up slightly, though tears still glistened in his eyes. Little treasure. Get some rest. I'm heading to work now. Mother Bai gave a few more instructions for Bai Yang to take care of himself before leaving. Bai Yang saw a roasted sweet potato, a boiled egg, and a white flour scallion pancake in the large bowl. On normal days, the family basically ate potatoes, coarse grain buns, and corn porridge for breakfast, while the original owner and 6-year-old Bai Xiaoyu would each have an extra boiled egg every day. Refined white flour was quite precious. Even though the Bai family's conditions were decent in the Baihe brigade, they didn't dare to eat white flour every day. Only during festivals or when hosting guests would they make some white flour flatbreads or steamed buns. Today, knowing her son had been wronged, Mother Bai had even used rare lard, sprinkled scallions, and made a thick, large scallion pancake. The pancake was warm right now. Bai Yang picked it up and took a bite. It was fragrant and crispy. He hadn't eaten anything last night, so he was extremely hungry now. Eating the food Mother Bai brought, Bai Yang felt physically and mentally satisfied, and his dizziness subsided a lot. After eating half of the scallion pancake, Bai Yang took a bite of the sweet potato. It was original and pure, without any food additives, fragrant, sweet, and delicious. Bai Yang quickly finished the small sweet potato. Suddenly, the sound of a child's skipping footsteps approached. Knock knock little uncle. I'm coming in. There were 2 knocks on the door, followed by the voice of the little nephew, Bai Xiaoyu. Standing less than a meter tall, the round and chubby little nephew walked in with a small bowl, his little mouth pouting and his brow furrowed. Little uncle. Great-grandmother brewed ginger soup for you and said to drink it while it's hot. Bai Yang took the ginger soup from the child's hands, and an instantly pungent smell hit his nose. The child showed a look of disgust. Seeing his little uncle's face freeze, he asked innocently. Little uncle. Are you also afraid of drinking ginger soup? A flash of guilt crossed Bai Yang's eyes. He coughed twice, then endured the pungent smell and gulped it down. Who says I'm afraid of drinking ginger soup? Humph. Your little uncle isn't afraid of such things. Only you kids are picky eaters. Bai Xiaoyu immediately looked at his little uncle with admiration and praised. Little uncle is so amazing. Unlike my dad, I've seen him secretly pour out the ginger soup my mom brewed several times. Bai Yang. He hadn't expected his honest, simple, and steady eldest brother to be such a person. Bai Yang handed the remaining half of the pancake to his little nephew and pinched his chubby cheek. Here. Take this and eat it. The little fellow's round eyes instantly lit up. He licked his lips and said excitedly. Thank you, little uncle. Goodbye, little uncle. After saying that, he left the room, sensibly closing the door behind him. After finishing breakfast and drinking that large bowl of spicy ginger soup, Bai Yang felt a thin layer of sweat break out all over his body, and his dizziness improved significantly. Drowsiness washed over him. Without even changing his clothes, Bai Yang fell asleep directly in his warm and comfortable wool sweater. When he woke up, it was 10 o'clock. Upon waking, Bai Yang felt refreshed. He touched his forehead, it wasn't hot anymore. His body temperature had likely returned to normal, and the dryness in his throat had vanished. Secretary Wang had specifically instructed to select the educated youth comrades who could participate in teaching today. The first class of the Baihe Brigade literacy class would officially begin at 6:30 p.m. With only half a day left, Bai Yang didn't dare delay any longer. He got up, changed out of the sweater and pants, wiped the sweat off his body, put on his own clothes, and washed the other person's clothes to hang them in the yard. Everyone else was out working now, with only his grandmother and little nephew at home. After greeting his grandmother, Bai Yang left the house and headed to the educated youth dormitory once again. Secretary Wang had specifically given the educated youth who signed up for the literacy class a day off today with their work points recorded as usual. The 10 educated youth who had signed up should all be there. Among these educated youth, Bai Yang was most familiar with Lu Wen, so he didn't look for anyone else and went straight to the dormitory where Lu Wen was. To save time and ensure they could gather at the ancient temple before 12 to finish the test questions he had prepared last night. He practically ran the whole way. The original owner was usually lazy and rarely exercised or worked. After running less than 5 li, he was already panting heavily. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly opened, and someone came out. Due to his momentum, Bai Yang collided with the other person. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Before he could see who it was, Bai Yang hurriedly apologized. When he looked up and saw the man's cold and sharp facial features, his body froze, his mouth hung slightly open, and his brain went blank. At such a close distance, the man's fresh and clean scent wafted over, carrying a unique, indefinable quality that made Bai Yang's face flush and his heart race. Vaguely, he felt this scent was strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. While Bai Yang's mind was in a mess and his thoughts were beginning to wander, educated youth Liu's concerned voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Educated youth Gu. What happened?" Snapping back to his senses, Bai Yang reacted violently and hurriedly pulled away from the other's embrace. With his composure once again unsettled by this man, Bai Yang couldn't help but steal a glance at his secret crush. Being observant, Bai Yang didn't miss the subtle, almost imperceptible furrow of Gu Jinchen's brow, and a flash of displeasure in those dark pupils. His heart, which had been racing just a moment ago, now felt heavy. As expected, he really hated him. At that moment, Lu Wen walked out. Seeing Bai Yang, he asked with concern. "Comrade Bai Yang. How is your health?" Bai Yang forced a smile, then compelled himself not to give Gu Jinchen even a glance or a shred of attention, focusing solely on Lu Wen as he said. "Thank you for your concern, educated youth Lu. I'm fine now. It's all thanks to you and educated youth Gao. I really don't know how to thank you. Educated youth Lu. I've come to ask you to notify everyone. We'll be taking a test over at the ancient temple in a bit. I'm sorry for the trouble." As he spoke, Bai Yang handed the registration list to Lu Wen. Lu Wen's eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly said politely. "It's no trouble at all. No trouble." Throughout the entire interaction, Bai Yang didn't say a single word to Gu Jinchen, nor did he look at him again. Chapter 9, The Results Are Out. "Educated youth Lu, I just washed and hung your clothes to dry before coming here. They'll bring them to you tomorrow once they're dry. Thank you and educated youth Gao so much for last night." Upon hearing Bai Yang's words, Lu Wen nervously glanced at Gu Jinchen, whose expression remained inscrutable, making it impossible to guess his mood. No rush at all. An unnatural, awkward smile flashed across Lu Wen's face as he cleared his throat and spoke. "Then I'll head to the ancient temple first to prepare for the test later. See you in a bit." Bai Yang finished speaking and turned to leave. Once Bai Yang was far away, Lu Wen looked at educated youth Gu, still unable to wrap his head around things. The clothes Bai Yang was wearing clearly belonged to educated youth Gu Jinchen. Why hide it and keep the other person in the dark? Now, seeing comrade Bai Yang look at him with such gratitude and hearing his words of thanks every time, Lu Wen felt particularly guilty. Although educated youth Gu had lived in the same dormitory with them for several days and looked like a noble young master from the big city, he completed every task seriously no matter how tiring the work was. He was capable and never complained, it was just that his personality was a bit too cold, and he always kept to himself. During work, aside from his childhood friend educated youth Lin, who would take the initiative to greet him, he had almost no interaction with anyone else. However, Lu Wen had a fairly good impression of educated youth Gu because ever since he arrived, their dormitory had become much cleaner and tidier. But after what happened last night, Lu Wen felt that educated youth Gu was someone with a cold exterior but a warm heart, someone who did good deeds without seeking credit. His admiration for him grew even more. Only half an hour later, all 10 educated youths who had signed up with the production brigade arrived at the ancient temple. There were 3 female and 7 male educated youths in total. Bai Yang didn't recognize most of them. Besides Bai Yang, Secretary Wang was also at the ancient temple. Since Bai Yang didn't need to proctor the exam, he simply left and went to the backyard of the temple to busy himself with other matters. The test questions Bai Yang had set were relatively simple and not very numerous. Consequently, in less than an hour, basically everyone had handed in their papers. After submitting their papers, some educated youths discussed the questions, while others looked dejected after hearing different answers from their peers. The results will be out before 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you for your hard work today. After Secretary Wang said this, the educated youths began to leave one after another. While answering the questions earlier, Lin Lulua had been sitting quite close to Gu Jingchen, but the two of them didn't compare answers like the others. Upon hearing Secretary Wang's words, Lin Lulua stood up and spoke to Gu Jingchen in a gentle, familiar voice. Jingchen. Let's go as well. You go ahead, I have some private matters to attend to. Gu Jingchen's face remained expressionless as his flat, cool voice drifted over. Oh, then he'll head out with Xiaoyan and the others first. Bye-bye. A trace of disappointment flickered across Lin Loluo's face before vanishing instantly. She gave him a slight smile and added considerately. Gu Jingchen nodded. Once the other educated youths had left, he took a boiled egg out of his pocket, placed it on the table, and then departed. Bai Yang was in a small room inside, grading the 10 exam papers. An hour later, sitting on a wooden stool, Bai Yang stretched. He had finally finished grading them all. Out of the 10 papers, 3 had scores below 60, with several mistakes even in the basic knowledge sections. Those 3 educated youths, 2 males and 1 female, were the first to be eliminated. Among the remaining 7 papers, 2 youths had identical scores on the front section, even down to the same incorrect data. Suspected of cheating, and the content they wrote for the open-ended questions at the back made Bai Yang frown. Their character was too poor. After those 2 papers were eliminated, 5 educated youths remained. Gu Jingchen, Lin Lulua, Lu Wen, Yan Xiaoyan, and Gao Yuan. Gu Jingchen had the highest score, and his handwriting was beautiful, bold, vigorous, and full of character, giving an overall impression of flowing grace. Bai Yang's own writing was decent, but he was still stunned when he saw the aesthetically pleasing characters on the paper before him. The literacy class would have 2 days off per week. For the remaining 5 days, each educated youth would teach for 1 day, which was just right. As for the first day of class for the newly established literacy class tonight, Bai Yang hesitated for a moment before finally circling the name Gu Jingchen. It was exactly 1:30. Bai Yang hadn't eaten at noon, and his stomach was now growling in protest. Walking into the temporary classroom of the ancient temple with the exam papers, Bai Yang immediately spotted an egg on the table. This table was where Gu Jingchen had just been sitting. Was it left by him? What, exactly did he mean by this? Thinking of the egg old woman Zhao had used for the soul-calling ritual, which he had forced upon that man, a dim light flickered in Bai Yang's beautiful almond eyes. He probably just didn't want to owe a favor. At this thought, Bai Yang, who was already in a bad mood, became even more irritable. Bai Yang took out a piece of white paper and wrote down the names of the 5 educated youths who had passed the selection to teach the literacy class, instructing them to gather here at 6 o'clock in the evening. After drafting the content, Bai Yang used the flower paste Secretary Wang had prepared in advance to stick the notice in a prominent spot outside the main gate of the ancient temple. Having done all this, the famished Bai Yang simply peeled the highly eyesore-like boiled egg and ate it in 2 or 3 bites, only to end up choking because he ate too fast. Cough, 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 cough. After coughing for a good while, Bai Yang's throat finally felt much better. Upon returning home, Bai Yang saw his eldest sister-in-law washing clothes in the courtyard, while his nephew Bai Xiaoyu ran around, playing happily by himself. Little uncle. Seeing Bai Yang enter, Bai Xiaoyu immediately ran over and hugged Bai Yang's leg. Bai Yang picked up his little nephew and spun him around, making the little fellow cry out in delight. A child's excitement is infectious. A smile couldn't help but spread across Bai Yang's face, and much of the irritability in his heart dissipated. His sister-in-law, Zhao Hehua, who usually treated him with indifference and disdain, also put down the dirty clothes in the wooden tub and stood up, speaking in a warm and friendly voice. Xiao Bao, don't worry about that boy, he's very mischievous. Mother specifically saved some lunch for you, he'll go heat it up for you. Hearing his sister-in-law call him Xiao Bao, a somewhat embarrassing nickname, Bai Yang felt extremely awkward. Moreover, in the original owner's memory, his sister-in-law Zhao Hehua had always disliked and detested him, secretly wanting to split the family and kick him out. Hearing that she was going to heat up food for him, he was about to say he could do it himself, but then he remembered how he had struggled to start a fire for half a day 2 days ago, only to end up with a nose full of ash and eyes streaming with tears from the smoke. He immediately abandoned that idea, rubbed his hair, and said with an embarrassed yet grateful expression. Thank you, sister-in-law. By the way, you can just call me Bai Yang. Hearing her younger brother-in-law say this, Zhao Hehua didn't insist. After all, they were family. Plus, her previously lazy and roguish younger brother-in-law had not only lost all his bad habits but had also managed to snag the fat prize of the literacy class through his own abilities. Being in charge of the literacy class was a much better job than being a small brigade accountant like her husband, Bai Duchuan. According to the news shed heard, Bai Jianan from the eldest uncle's house and several other youths in the village who had finished junior high were all eyeing this job. In the past, her younger brother-in-law was a burden, and Zhao Hehua naturally didn't want the family to work hard for work points just to feed a freeloader like him. But things were different now. Not only did he have a job and could earn work points, but he had also become much more diligent these past few days, helping the family fetch water and do heavy chores. Zhao Hehua was quick-witted and sharp, her attitude toward Bai Yang shifted immediately. Then Xiao Yang. Go wash your hands first. I'm heading to the kitchen. After saying that, Zhao Hehua immediately walked toward the kitchen and briskly started the firewood. While heating up the leftover lunch in the kitchen, Zhao Hehua turned and saw her younger brother-in-law carrying out the dirty laundry water to dump it. Then she heard him holding her son while washing his hands, teaching the boy to value hygiene and wash his hands frequently, and she couldn't help but smile. This morning, she had heard the director of the Women's Federation hold a meeting to organize the village women to actively participate in the literacy class tonight. It was only then that she learned her roguish younger brother-in-law was actually the organizer of the literacy class. She could hardly believe it when she first heard the news, but seeing her younger brother-in-law's truly handsome face with such a serious and upright expression, she truly realized he had changed. She watched his figure and thought about how her mother-in-law had been worrying about his marriage just a while ago. It was likely that before long, many matchmakers would be coming to their house to inquire. Zhao Hehua's shrewd, narrow eyes darted around. Suddenly, she thought of her own younger female cousin, who was a year older than her brother-in-law and had very picky standards. Her mind began to race with the possibility. Chapter 10, Fairweather Friends. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, except for Father Bai, the brigade leader, who had not yet returned because he needed to work with Secretary Wang to notify the villagers to gather and actively participate in the literacy class that evening. The original owner's grandmother and eldest brother, Bai Duchuan, returned home an hour earlier than usual, and they both learned about Bai Yang's job working for the literacy class. His grandmother, who already doted on the original owner excessively, now adored Bai Yang even more. She even took out a solid silver longevity lock that she had kept locked in her cabinet, originally intended for when he got married. She hung it around Bai Yang's neck with her own hands. Her cloudy eyes welled with tears, and her rough, dry hands patted Bai Yang's shoulder as she spoke in a gratified and kind voice. Grandma's little treasure. You're truly amazing. Seeing this, Bai Duchuan didn't feel any resentment due to his grandmother's favoritism. He was genuinely happy for his younger brother. As for Zhao Hehua, if it had been the former younger brother-in-law, she would definitely have had some complaints. But it was different now. Her younger brother-in-law had become successful, and she even planned to set up her younger female cousin with him. Plus, she was already used to the grandmothers doting on him. Moreover, although grandmother favored her younger brother-in-law, she also doted on her grandson. Bai Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu turned 100 days old, he also received a longevity lock similar to the one given to his uncle. Grandma, the younger brother-in-law looked so spirited wearing that longevity lock. Zhao Hehua praised him sweetly from the side. The elderly woman smiled even more happily. Regarding Bai Yang's job in the literacy class, although Father Bai was the first to know, he hadn't told the rest of the family because of the unprincipled doting from his wife and mother. Thus, Mother Bai only learned about this from someone else before finishing work today. Since today was the first day of the literacy class, the production brigade decided to finish work an hour early. Everyone was quite happy, and Mother Bai was especially excited and thrilled because of her son. There was a distance between the production brigade and the Bai house. Mother Bai carried half a caddy of cured sausage she had traded from Zhang the butcher's family. Thinking that since her younger son was so promising, she would go back and stir-fry his favorite sausage for him. Along the way, Mother Bai walked with her head held high and chest out. Almost everyone in the village saw the sausage in her hand. Seeing her arrogant and proud appearance, they curiously asked. Sister-in-law Bai. Is there some good news at home? Mother Bai's face immediately broke into a smile so wide her wrinkles bloomed like flowers, and she said modestly. It's nothing. It's just that my rascal Bai Yang has become sensible now. He was assigned by Director Huang of the commune to be in charge of the literacy class. He's been working too hard these past 2 days, so I'm going back to reward the boy. Despite the modest words, the boastful and smug expression on her face was not hidden at all. After showing off, Mother Bai did not forget to support her son's work and continued. Right. The literacy class is a big event for our production brigade. Secretary Wang said everyone should actively participate. Zuzi's mother, remember to come and learn tonight. Oh, and bring your Zuzi along too. Certainly. Auntie Chow's face froze, and she squeezed out a forced smile, giving a perfunctory answer while rolling her eyes in her heart. She had finally finished work early today and wanted to go home and rest. She didn't want to attend any literacy class. Hearing her being told to bring Zuzi, she cursed her own rascal of a son in her heart. He used to hang around with that Bai Yang kid, but now Bai Yang had turned over a new leaf and even got such a good job, while her own brat was still lazy every day, not working and just wandering around. Thinking of this, she became even angrier and decided to give the boy a good scolding when she got home. Mother Bai pretended not to see the stiff and forced smile on Zuzi's mother's face and continued walking home arrogantly with her head held high. Along the way, she encountered many villagers from the production brigade while holding the half-caddy of sausage, repeating the same boastful rhetoric. The walk from the production brigade to her home was originally only 20 minutes, but she insisted on taking half an hour to get back. Mom! Grandma brought back sausage. Seeing his grandmother enter with the sausage, Bai Xiaoyu's round, dark eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted excitedly to Zhao Hehua, who was busy in the kitchen. Mother Bai looked at her fair and chubby grandson, felt happy, and picked him up. Oh! My grandson is so good. Grandma will stir-fry sausage for you and your uncle later. Bai Xiaoyu immediately nodded, both hungry and excited. Thank you, Grandma. Bai Yang also came out of his room at this time. Seeing Mother Bai holding the sausage in one hand and her little nephew in the other, he called out warmly. Mother, you're back. As he spoke, he took his nephew from Mother Bai's arms. Mother Bai's praises poured out as if they cost nothing, complimenting her son non-stop until Bai Yang's ears turned red. He quickly said. Mother. You go rest in the house first, I'm going to the latrine. Bai Yang immediately used the bathroom excuse to escape Mother Bei's clutches of praise. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Bai Yang arrived at the ancient temple classroom on time. Since the first day of literacy class teaching was to officially start at 7, he had to arrive early to see if there were any oversights. When he arrived, not only was Secretary Wang already there, but even the 5 educated youths who had passed the test were also present. Bai Yang immediately spotted Gu Jingchen standing with the other educated youths. The other educated youths were chatting excitedly and intently, while he alone stood quietly. Wearing a white shirt and black trousers, his figure was tall and straight. The pale yellow light of the setting sun shone in, highlighting his sharp and sexy jawline, distinct profile, and well-defined features, giving him an air of elegance like the clear wind and bright moon. The sunset also cast a mysterious and hazy filter over him. Just as Bai Yang was staring fixedly at the man, the other person suddenly turned his head and looked in his direction, their eyes meeting. As if caught peeping, a flash of awkwardness, annoyance, and shame crossed Bai Yang's face. He immediately turned away and stopped looking at the man. The tables and benches in the classroom were already set up. Bai Yang checked the supplies and found nothing missing. There was nothing more for him to do at the moment. By now, the villagers had finished their dinner and began to arrive gradually, and the place started to get crowded. By 6:30, the classroom, which could hold over 100 people, was almost full. Secretary Wang stood at the back of the classroom, maintaining order while a constant smile played on his face. There were over 200 people in the production brigade, and nearly 100 had come, which meant half the villagers were there. This showed that the folks in their production brigade were very active about learning and had a high level of ideological awareness. This gave him, the production brigade secretary, a lot of face. And he would have more confidence when he went to the commune for meetings later. Bai Yang held the schedule he had drafted and reviewed the process once more. While he was focusing on silently reciting his script, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. "Brother Yang." A greeting followed. Bai Yang was startled and turned around to see a tall, dark-skinned, and thuggish-looking young man. He. Haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Yang, you actually snagged this job just to chase a woman. You're amazing, brother. After speaking, he gave a thumbs up and looked at him with admiration. The man, who originally looked decent and spirited, now gave off a wretched and punchable vibe. Bai Yang also recognized this person from the original owner's memory. Chao Zhu, a fair-weather friend who often hung out with the original owner, doing no proper work and idling all day. Keep it down. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Yang turned his head and happened to see that cold-natured man in the white shirt suddenly look over again. Those deep, dark eyes cast a sharp and icy gaze, making an inexplicable feeling of guilt and nervousness well up in his heart. Chao Zhu also felt he had been too excited just now and spoke without thinking. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him or Brother Yang, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing Brother Yang was worried about his image being ruined, he gave an "I understand" expression. Bai Yang. Looking at this troublesome friend who might bring more trouble and smear his name in the future, Bai Yang planned to set this rascal straight no matter what and make him return to the right path. You brat, listen carefully to the educated youth teacher's lectures later. No sneaking out early, and no causing trouble. Bai Yang put on a stern face and spoke in a serious tone. Seeing the look Brother Yang gave him, Chao Zhu's heart tightened. And he immediately nodded. He stole another glance at him, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes, feeling that after not seeing him for a few days, Brother Yang was not only more handsome but also had a stronger aura. Originally forced by his mother's authority to come here, Chao Zhu, who had planned to sneak out later, now nodded obediently. Chapter 11, Tense Atmosphere. At exactly 7 o'clock, Secretary Wang roared through the loudspeaker. Everyone, quiet down. Now, Comrade Bai Yang has a few words for everyone. As Secretary Wang finished speaking, the villagers below began whispering and discussing in low voices. Isn't that the good for nothing from Captain Bei's family? What is Secretary Wang thinking? Exactly. Who in our Baihe brigade doesn't know Bai Yang is a troublemaker? Fighting, brawling, stealing chickens and dogshes, never done anything proper. Everyone below scoffed at the idea of Bai Yang giving a speech. However, due to Secretary Wang's earlier words and Captain Bei's prestige, they only voiced their dissatisfaction in low murmurs and didn't protest loudly. Bai Yang had already memorized his speech thoroughly and had just mentally reviewed it again. Hearing Secretary Wang's words, he walked directly onto the podium, confident, poised, and completely unafraid. Uncles, aunties, everyone, good evening. In this crisp autumn season, thank you for taking the time to participate in the literacy class. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. I won't waste time with pleasantries, let me give you a few examples. Bai Yang gave a few small, everyday examples that highlighted the impact of not being able to read or do basic math. He then concluded with a simple summary, encouraging everyone to participate actively, and finally introduced the 5 educated youths who would be teaching. The easy-to-understand yet profound content, combined with Bai Yang's well-timed pauses and compelling delivery, resulted in thunderous applause from the 100 or so people in the classroom as soon as he finished. And at that moment, the villagers' perception of the original owner's notorious image underwent a dramatic transformation. Sitting in the back, the original owner's family members had reddened eyes, welling with tears, looking excitedly at Bai Yang on the podium. Especially brigade leader Bai Shan, who gazed at his son with a gratified look, his own eyes slightly moist. Brother Yang, you're the best. At that very moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the large classroom. Chao Zhuzi. Are you itching for a beating? Secretary Wang couldn't help but scold Chao Zhu for disrupting the discipline. Everyone in the classroom instantly burst into laughter. Secretary Wang had only shouted at the kid. And it was mostly in jest. Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief and then stepped down from the podium. He had just brought out the same intensity he used during his university graduation thesis defense. Fortunately, the villagers reacted well. Apart from the farce caused by his friend Chao Zhu, the on-site response exceeded his expectations. As Bai Yang stepped down from the podium, Gu Jingchen, the teacher for the first lesson, happened to walk over holding a first-grade math textbook. As they passed each other, Bai Yang instinctively paused, and the other person also stopped. Do your best. Bai Yang awkwardly and nervously uttered these 2 words, his voice so soft only the 2 of them could hear it. As the person in charge of the literacy class, he felt he should offer some encouragement, so Bai Yang found the words in his heart. Thank you. Just as Bai Yang thought the other wouldn't reply and was about to leave, he suddenly heard the man's clear, cold, and magnetic voice. Unable to suppress a slight smile, Bai Yang walked to the back of the classroom, while Gu Jingchen stood on the podium. Although Gu Jingchen had a cold personality and a reserved, aloof demeanor, when he stood on the podium, he exuded a powerful presence that quieted the entire classroom, making everyone listen to his lecture with rapt attention. An hour passed quickly, and the class ended at 8:30. The first day of the literacy class concluded smoothly and received excellent feedback. By now, the sky was gradually darkening. The villagers in the classroom began to disperse. Father Bai walked over, patting Bai Yang's shoulder with gratification and pride. You spoke well today. Father Bai, usually a man of few words, praised him. Thank you, Dad. Father Bai then offered a few more words of encouragement. Knowing his son wasn't returning home immediately, he left first with the rest of the family. After all the villagers had dispersed, Chao Zhu, that friend, even helped Bai Yang tidy up the tables and chairs. Though he complained loudly about being tired, his hands and feet were nimble, and he did a lot of work for Bai Yang. Besides Bai Yang, there was one other person who hadn't left, none other than Gu Jingchen. Unlike the endlessly noisy and chattering Chao Zhu, Gu Jingchen worked quietly the whole time, not saying a word. After all the benches and tables in the classroom were tidied up, Chao Zhu yawned and said. Brother Yang. I'm getting sleepy, I'm heading out. Another day, I'll bring out the half bottle of erguoto my dad hid, and we'll drink it together. Yawn. After saying that, Chao Zhu swayed his head and left. Now, only Bai Yang and Gu Jingchen were left in the classroom. It was exceptionally quiet, with only the clattering sounds of tables and benches and the footsteps of the two. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bai Yang broke the stalemate first. Educated youth Gu. We're basically done cleaning up now. You've worked hard today, you should go back and rest. Bai Yang ruffled his own dark, short hair, hid his feelings, and spoke in a polite yet distant tone. Gu Jinchen didn't answer, but his body suddenly stilled. At that moment, the slightly yellow incandescent bulb in the classroom suddenly flickered and then went completely dark. Bai Yang pulled the cord controlling the power switch again, but it still didn't light up. The light bulb must have blown. It was already 9:30. Without the light from the bulb, everything was pitch black. As Bai Yang was walking, a sharp pain shot through his waist. SSS. An involuntary groan escaped him. At that moment, a man's tense and worried voice sounded by his ear. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Then. His wrist was grasped. The other person's presence felt particularly strong in the dark classroom. Bai Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the other to suddenly grab his wrist. He quickly tried to pull away, flustered, saying. I'm fine. In the darkness, Bai Yang's vision wasn't great, he had mild night blindness. Unable to see the other's expression, he struggled slightly. Instead of letting go, the other person gripped his wrist even tighter. The bulb's probably a wiring issue. I'll check and fix it tomorrow. It's too dark here. For safety, bear with it. The man's low, cool voice came through. This was the first time Bai Yang had heard him say so much. He felt it inappropriate to struggle further. Besides, the classroom really was too dark, walking alone would likely lead to more bumps and bruises. So, he stopped struggling and obediently let himself be led. After exiting the classroom, with a few lonely stars in the night sky. It wasn't as pitch black as inside. Bai Yang's vision improved slightly. He looked up and saw the man's face with its distinct contour and handsome features. His expression in the darkness gave off an inscrutable, ambiguous feeling. Thank you. I can see clearly enough now. Suppressing the strange feelings in his heart, Bai Yang said softly. At that moment, he felt the grip on his wrist loosen. The other person withdrew his hand without replying. The atmosphere fell silent again. Bai Yang felt his palms were sweaty. The two walked side by side, neither too close nor too far apart. After leaving the ancient temple, Bai Yang closed the main gate. Holding the lock with his right hand and the key with his left, he was so nervous he couldn't align the key with the keyhole for a long time. The more he hurried, the more he missed the hole, and the more nervous Bai Yang became. Just then, the man's presence suddenly drew near. His body approached, and his long, distinct knuckled hand suddenly grasped Bai Yang's hand. In the darkness, Bai Yang felt his heart racing. In the end, he barely saw how the lock was secured. Thank you for tonight. Educated youth Gu, I need to head back. Let's part ways here. Bai Yang's home and the educated youth dormitory were in different directions. Suppressing his nervousness, Bai Yang spoke calmly. Chapter 12, calling his full name for the first time. Gu Jinchen didn't say anything. In the silent dark night, the two stood at the fork in the road, with a suffocatingly awkward atmosphere in the air. Bai Yang looked up at him, then smiled and waved nervously. Then, bye-bye. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard the sound of a dog barking. Woof, woof. Then came a few more barks. Bai Yang started to feel nervous. He took a deep breath and continued walking forward. It should be a dog tied up in someone's yard. Not a stray. It won't bite. Bai Yang comforted himself in his heart. Just as he plucked up his courage and walked a few more steps in the dark, he suddenly saw two pairs of eerie green eyes in the bushes not far away. In the dark night, those eyes were particularly terrifying. Bai Yang's legs felt weak, and his body trembled. At that moment, a man's low and magnetic voice suddenly came from beside his ear. "I'll walk you back." Gu Jingchen actually hadn't left yet. Had he been following behind him this whole time? Seeing the person beside him, Bai Yang's racing heart settled down. He was most afraid of dogs. Although he was a bit embarrassed to let him walk him back, he couldn't refuse. "Thank you. Once we're a bit further away from these two dogs, I can go back on my own. I've already troubled you enough today." Bai Yang then said to Gu Jingchen in a sincere and grateful tone. Gu Jingchen nodded slightly. His dark eyes made it impossible to see his emotions in the night. Now that he was no longer alone, the two pairs of glowing green eyes in the distance didn't seem so frightening anymore. Just then, the dogs barked twice more and suddenly ran over straight toward Bai Yang. Bai Yang's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed the arm of the person beside him and hid behind the man's back. They're coming," Bai Yang said to the man beside him in a trembling and nervous voice. As the two stray dogs ran closer, Bai Yang, hiding behind Gu Jingchen, nervously grabbed the hem of the man's white shirt and peeked his head out. He finally saw the true appearance of the two stray dogs that had scared him so much. They were two yellowish-brown puppies, only slightly larger than the poodles he had seen. Right now, they were sticking out their tongues and wagging their tails with silly expressions, not looking at all like the fierce stray dogs he had imagined. "Don't be afraid. They don't bite." When Gu Jingchen saw the head peeking out from behind his back out of the corner of his eye, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A hint of a smile flashed in his usually cold and distant eyes, and then he crouched down. The two little local dogs were also very enthusiastic and friendly, panting at Gu Jingchen. One of the puppies with some black fur on its head noticed Bai Yang hiding behind Gu Jingchen. Its round eyes immediately lit up, and it prepared to pounce toward Bai Yang. Bai Yang clutched Gu Jingchen's clothes tightly and said in an urgent, trembling voice. "Gu Jingchen. It's coming." The man's white shirt had been crumpled by Bai Yang's tugging, and he hadn't noticed that the top button at the man's neck had fallen off, leaving the collar open. It was the first time Gu Jingchen had heard his name called by this person. Seeing his terrified look, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, he spoke in a low voice to the local dog with black fur on its head. "Stay." The little dog that was excitedly panting at Bai Yang suddenly seemed to understand Gu Jingchen's words. It instantly became well-behaved, tucked its front paws in, and stared quietly at Gu Jingchen, though its fluffy tail was still wagging back and forth. Bai Yang let go of the man's shirt hem. He could actually see expressions of confusion and bewilderment in the round eyes of these two puppies. It was precisely because of this human-like gaze that Bai Yang's fear and apprehension toward them suddenly vanished. "They're actually quite cute," Bai Yang said softly. After he spoke, the two little dogs that had been staring obediently at Gu Jingchen suddenly turned their heads, their round eyes looking at Bai Yang. Their front paws were curled together obediently, and the fluffy tails on their plump bottoms wagged even more joyfully. Bai Yang's beautiful, classic almond eyes widened. In the dark night, his pupils contracted with curiosity as he stared at these two little fellows. It was a very novel experience that he had never felt before. "Do you want to pet them?" Gu Jingchen suddenly spoke up. His cold yet pleasant voice rang out. Although Bai Yang was no longer afraid of these two seemingly harmless puppies, he still couldn't overcome his inner fear enough to pet them. He hesitated for 2 seconds and then shook his head. While he was hesitating, Gu Jingchen had been silently observing him, naturally not missing the flash of anxiety and longing in those beautiful eyes. Just as Bai Yang was about to stand up, Gu Jingchen's body suddenly leaned closer. In the dark night, Bai Yang felt the other man's presence very strongly. Warm breath brushed against his neck. Bai Yang felt the back of his ears turn red. Fortunately, it was too dark to see. For some reason, this scent gave him a very familiar feeling. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but the fact was that this was the first time he had been so close to this man. While Bai Yang's mind was wandering, his right hand was suddenly grabbed and guided to touch the ear of the puppy with black fur on its head. The ear flicked. A docile and soft sensation came from his fingertips, and it felt warm. Woof, woof. The little fellow barked twice as if acting spoiled. Bai Yang's eyes instantly widened. In the dark night, those eyes seemed even brighter than the stars. It really doesn't bite. Bai Yang's voice was full of wonder, an incredulous expression on his face. Gu Jingchen's low and magnetic voice came, carrying a slight nasal tone that gave off an incredibly sexy feeling. After petting the puppy's ear, Bai Yang stood up. At this time, the two puppies also trotted away. The silent night became quiet again. Neither of them spoke. There was an indescribable atmosphere in the air. Because they were standing close and there was no wind tonight, Bai Yang could even hear the others breathing. Bai Yang turned his head and peeked at the man beside him out of the corner of his eye. The man's well-defined face looked even more handsome in the dark. Because the first button of his shirt was undone, his neck and Adam's apple were exposed. This flower on a high peak who was cold, aloof, and detached during the day was now damn sexy and charming. Seeing the other's sexy Adam's apple bob, Bai Yang swallowed hard, an impulsive feeling welling up in his heart. The first time he saw him, Bai Yang had fallen in love at first sight. It was the first time he had ever liked someone. Even though he knew in his heart that he might like Lin Lulua, who was also the female lead of this world, Bai Yang, as a canon fodder character, still wanted to give it a try. Bai Yang swallowed again, cleared his throat, and then plucked up his courage to say stutteringly. Ahem, comrade Gu, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Gu Jingchen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his deep and dark eyes staring intently at Bai Yang. Do you lick? Bai Yang had just opened his mouth to say a single word when a sweet and surprised voice suddenly rang out. Jingchen. Chapter 13, Jealousy. Then, a slender figure ran over. It was none other than Lin Luluo. Along with her, a tall and upright man also approached. Bai Yang. Why are you here so late? Bai Jianen's voice came through, his brow furrowed with a hint of disdain. Bai Yang, who had just mustered the courage to prepare for his confession, was interrupted by these two. In his heart, he irritably rolled his eyes at his cousin Bai Jianan. Jingchen, why are you with him? Lin Luluo glanced at Bai Yang with a look of disgust and disdain, then looked at Gu Jingchen with a confused gaze as she asked. Bai Yang was still angry that these two had interrupted his confession plan. Hearing the disdain and disgust in Lin Luluo's words, he snapped back irritably. What? You have a problem with it? You and my cousin are alone together late at night, yet I'm not allowed to stay with educated youth Gu. As Bai Yang's words fell, Lin Luluo's face instantly turned from red to white, looking extremely unsightly. Her eyes, which were usually gentle and intellectual, now looked as if they wanted to tear Bai Yang into pieces. Bai Yang. How can you talk like that? Show some respect to educated youth Lin. I was just night running nearby for exercise and happened to bump into educated youth Lin. Don't misunderstand. A flash of guilt crossed Bai Jianen's somewhat dark face, and then he lectured again. Also, since educated youth Lin doesn't like you, stop pestering the female comrade. It's late, he'll take you back. Uncle and grandma must be very worried about you. Humph. Bai Yang snorted through his nose and rolled his eyes internally. Don't think he didn't know, the original owner's cousin often went night running near the educated youth dormitory just to have a chance encounter with Lin Luluo. At this moment, Lin Luluo suddenly spoke to Bai Jianan in a polite and sweet voice. "Brother Bai, it's late. I'll head back with Jingchen. You don't need to see me off. Thank you for just now." After saying that, she turned to Gu Jingchen with a gentle and somewhat fearful tone. "Jingchen, I went out to Auntie Liu's house to trade for some things just now. And Zhao the pockmarked was following me sneakily. It's all thanks to Brother Bai." Gu Jingchen thanked Bai Jianan in a polite but distant tone, then shot a subtle glance at Bai Yang before turning to leave with Lin Luluo. They walked towards the educated youth dormitory, the opposite direction from Bai Yang. Bai Yang looked back. In the darkness, the two walked side by side intimately. It felt as if a bug of jealousy was crawling and gnawing at his heart. In the original book, Gu Jingchen was the female lead Lin Luluo's white moonlight. They were childhood sweethearts, a perfect match. But he was a man, and this wasn't the world he originally came from. In this era, same-sex love was an even more misunderstood and difficult path. It felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over Bai Yang. He felt cold all over, and his hot blood and impulsive heart were extinguished. Standing beside Bai Yang, Bai Jianan saw his younger cousin's despondent look and thought he was crushed by educated youth Lin's attitude. He sighed, patted his shoulder, and said with an empathetic tone, "Don't be sad. Educated youth Lin is from the big city and is educated. She and educated youth Gu are the same kind of people. We are not the same kind as her." After saying this, a look of defeat appeared on Bai Jianan's face. Bai Yang knew his cousin had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain. His eyes felt a bit sour, but generally speaking, having someone comfort him made him feel much better. "I know. I won't crave things that don't belong to me anymore." "Thank you, cousin." Bai Yang turned his head and looked at his honest and simple cousin in the night as he replied. Bai Jianan looked at his usually profligate and overbearing cousin, who used to be at odds with him, but was now being so well-behaved and obedient. It was the first time he had heard him call him cousin instead of his full name, which gave him a strange but not unpleasant feeling. "Let's go. Let's go home." Bai Jianan patted Bai Yang's back again and spoke freely. His cousin's house was very close to Bai Yang's. Bai Jianan found his younger cousin much more agreeable today, so he kindly walked him home first before turning off to go to his own home. By the time he finished washing up and went to rest, it was already past 10. Bai Yang lay in bed, so many things had happened today that his body was exhausted. Before long, the sound of steady breathing and slight snoring came from the bed. Chapter 14, A Sense of Belonging. At 5:30 the next morning, Bai Yang was once again woken up by the loud crowing of the family's majestic, glossy-feathered rooster, raised by his grandmother. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Another clear, piercing crow came as the rooster strained its throat. Bai Yang, who had wanted to sleep in a bit longer, found his sleepiness completely frightened away. In his past life, he usually woke up around 8:30. Since coming here, he was woken up by that noise at 5:30 sharp every single day, even before dawn. Bai Yang, who already suffered from morning grumpiness, was now radiating a thick aura of resentment. In his heart, he lamented once more why the original owner hadn't given this beast which only crowed and didn't lay eggs to Zhao the pockmarked, instead of harming the old hen that could lay 3 eggs a day. After spacing out in bed for a while, Bai Yang got up from the Kong and began to dress and wash up. When he stepped out of his room, he noticed movement in the other rooms. It wasn't light out yet, but the firewood in the kitchen was already glowing. Bai Yang guessed his sister-in-law must have started boiling water early in the morning again, since it was still early anyway. Bai Yang noticed there wasn't much water left in the vat. He picked up the carrying pole and 2 wooden buckets and walked out the front gate. The family's water was fetched from a well to the east of the production brigade. Although it wasn't far from the Bai house, it was still a 10-minute walk. There was no helping it, the terrain of the BL brigade was quite complex, with many small slopes on the mountains. The fields capable of growing common crops like wheat, corn, and potatoes were limited, making the brigade overall quite poor. Digging a well was no easy feat. To this day, the entire brigade only had 3 public wells. In this era, the cheapest thing was human labor. Carrying 2 buckets of water back would take nearly half an hour if one went slowly. However, the green mountains and clear waters here were pristine, and the air was much fresher. As BL slowly carried the 2 buckets and the pole to the well, he saw an old woman with graying hair and a hunched back struggling to pull the rope, hauling up water with great effort. Seeing this, BL quickly dropped his 2 empty buckets and the pole, stepping forward to help the old woman pull it up. "Thank you, young man." After the bucket was pulled up, the old woman said in a grateful tone. BL repeatedly said there was no need for thanks. Looking at the old woman's kind yet aged face, he searched the original owner's memories but couldn't recall which family this grandmother belonged to. Although the BL brigade was small, it still had over 200 people. The original owner had been lazy and gluttonous, never having worked for the production brigade, and would dodge any collective activities. It was normal not to recognize her. Looking at this old woman who seemed even older than the original owner's grandmother, BL felt a pang of pity. He helped her carry the 2 buckets of water all the way to her home. There, he saw a young boy wearing patched clothes, about the same age as Bai Xiaoyu but sallow and thin, much skinnier than the fair and chubby Bai Xiaoyu. The old woman warmly invited him in for a drink of water, but BL didn't want to trouble her. After helping her pour the water into the vat, he quickly left. By the time BL returned to the well, fetched his water, and got back home, it was already 6:30. Breakfast was ready, and the family was just waiting for him. "What took you so long just to fetch some water? Your eldest brother has already chopped several stacks of wood." It was as if Father Bai felt uncomfortable if he didn't needle his son a bit. He spoke the moment BL sat down. Before BL could respond, Mother Bai spoke up protectively. "How can you say that? Is that any way for a father to talk? Our Xiaobao worked so hard getting up early to fetch water, and you, old man, just sit there eating what's served without doing a lick of work. You have the nerve to complain." The grandmother also needled Father Bai a few more times. Father Bai, who was used to lecturing his youngest son, now sat with a stiff face, not daring to say or ask anything. BL wasn't angry at Father Bai's words. His mind was on that old woman, so he spoke up about what he had just encountered. After BL finished, a flash of relief and pride crossed Father Bai's face because his son had helped someone. But then, thinking of that family's situation, his expression as the brigade leader turned solemn. Even the grandmother let out a sigh. Mother Bai then explained the situation of that family to BL. The grandmother sighed as well, a flicker of compassion crossing her cloudy eyes. It turned out the old woman had arrived at the BL brigade 6 years ago as a refugee, bringing her pregnant daughter-in-law. 3 years ago, the daughter-in-law passed away from tuberculosis. Now there was only her young grandson. Because they were outsiders, they weren't very close with the other villagers in the production brigade. Refugees, daughter-in-law died of tuberculosis. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? BL suddenly remembered the original book he had read. In the book, there was a business genius named Song Chi. This big shot remained a bachelor his whole life and later provided immense help to the male lead, Bai Jianan, during his entrepreneurial journey. According to the original book, this big shot had been separated from his family during a famine caused by a flood in his hometown. He was swept away by the waters while trying to save them and hit his head when he woke up. He had been in a daze for a long time. Later, after being cured and remembering his family, he returned home only to find his elderly mother and new bride gone. He searched for a long time but couldn't find them. Many years later, after becoming successful, he returned to his hometown to visit and accidentally found a clue. It turned out his family had fled as refugees. After several weeks of searching, he finally found traces of them in the BLha brigade. But what awaited him was the tragic news of his family's destruction. His wife had died of tuberculosis when the child was very young, and his elderly mother had struggled alone to raise the child. However, when the child was 7, he was kidnapped by human traffickers and sold abroad for organ trafficking. His mother, unable to bear the blow, committed suicide by jumping into a well. The reason that Big Shot in the book helped Bai Jianan so much later on was entirely because his uncle, the original owner's father and the brigade leader of the BLha brigade. Bai Shan had once looked after the Big Shot's mother. As he recalled this plot point, Bai Yang's expression immediately turned serious. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the old woman he had just helped was the mother of that wealthy Big Shot from the original book. And in less than a year, that young boy he saw, who was about the same age as Bai Xiaoyu, would be kidnapped and sold abroad for his organs. Thinking of the tragic fate of that sallow, timid, and quiet little boy, Bai Yang clenched his fists, a look of determination flashing across his face. No matter what, he would find a way to protect that little boy who was the same age as Bai Xiaoyu. In any world, human traffickers deserve to die. Having lived here for a while, Bai Yang now felt a strong sense of belonging. For the upcoming literacy class, he planned to add courses on child and women's safety, such as don't talk to strangers to prevent abductions, in addition to basic Chinese and math. Chapter 15. Glaring at him. After breakfast, Bai Yang went to the backyard and touched the sweater and pants hanging there. They were already dry, so he took the clothes back into the house. Subconsciously, he wanted to find a bag to pack them in, but after looking around the room, he couldn't find one. At this moment, Bai Yang realized belatedly that he hadn't seen a bag during all his time living here. When the people of the production brigade carried things, they either used a piece of coarse cloth to wrap them into a bundle, carried a woven bamboo back basket, or carried a basket in their hands. Bai Yang walked out of the room, intending to ask other family members if they had a suitable cloth bag, but instead saw Grandma sitting on a wooden stump in the yard, weaving a back basket with vines in her hands. His little nephew's pockets were bulging, and he was hopping around happily beside Grandma. Little uncle. Beside him. Bai Xiaoyu saw Bai Yang coming and excitedly called out little uncle, then hid his hands behind his back and said to Bai Yang in a mysterious tone. Little uncle. I want to show you something. Bai Yang looked at the proud expression on the little fellow's face and couldn't help but pinch his fair and tender cheek. At the same time, he made a nervous guess in his heart and silently took a step back. It's not another grasshopper you caught from somewhere, is it? In the past 2 days, Bai Yang had seen the little fellow having a blast catching grasshoppers several times, just looking at those things made his scalp tingle. Having lived for 20 years, he kept a respectful distance from all insects except butterflies. Living in a northern city, he had gone to school in a southern city. In his junior year, when he saw a cockroach fly onto his bed, he was so scared that he jumped down from the upper bunk in a panic and even injured his leg. Besides making him wear a cast for a month. It also completely shattered his image as a tough and cool guy in his roommates' eyes. Those guys treated the incident as a joke and didn't forget to tease him about it even at graduation. Bai Xiaoyu chuckled, then pulled out a grasshopper from his pocket. Bai Yang's scalp tingled, he took a step back, but then couldn't help but take another look. Wait, why isn't it moving? Looking closely, Bai Yang realized it wasn't a real grasshopper, but a fake grasshopper woven from grass vines. He took a deep breath and then took the grasshopper from the little fellow's hands. It was lifelike, as if it were real, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Great-grandmother wove it for me, does it look good? Little uncle. Bai Xiaoyu raised his chin and said proudly. Grandma, who was focused on weaving the back basket, also gave a doting laugh. At this moment, Bai Yang suddenly thought of something, and his beautiful classical almond-shaped eyes lit up. He thought of a junior girl he had met in college. She loved handmade crafts and was exceptionally good at them. She ran her own small online shop, selling her handicrafts at high prices. A small woven bag could sell for several thousand yuan and was still in high demand. She had bought a house in full before graduation, with $1 million in savings, achieving financial freedom. Watching Grandma's rough, dark hands nimbly and efficiently weaving the back basket, Yang had an idea. "Grandma, can you help me weave something?" Yang rubbed his hair and spoke obediently and politely. Grandma, who always doted on her youngest grandson, agreed with a chuckle. After Grandma agreed, Yang hurried back to his room, took out a pencil and a piece of scrap paper, and began drawing. In just a few minutes, a bag with a simple yet fashionable aesthetic appeared on the paper. Yang took the design sketch back to Grandma, handed it to her, and asked nervously. "Grandma, take a look and see if you can weave this." The elderly woman's cloudy yet kind eyes glanced at the drawing, and she said in a doting tone. "Little treasure. Did you draw this? My little treasure is so amazing, it's drawn so beautifully." The grandmother, who viewed her grandson through rose-colored glasses, praised Yang for a good while before finally saying that such a small bag could be woven very quickly. Half an hour later, Yang looked at the finished product, holding it excitedly, unable to put it down. "Thank you, Grandma." After expressing his gratitude, Yang returned to his room contentedly and placed the neatly folded clothes from the clung into the woven bag. Considering the help educated youth Lu Wen had given him that night, he would give him this bag as a thank-you gift when returning the clothes. Educated youth Lu looked refined and scholarly, clearly someone who loved reading. This style suited him well. Yang himself was an art student and knew how to design. So he had specifically designed a simple and practical yet fashionable and aesthetic commuter bag that could be carried or worn over the shoulders. He could put his daily belongings and books inside when going out. By the time Yang walked to the educated youth dormitory yard, it was already 9 o'clock. There were several people in the yard, and Yang immediately spotted the one with the slender figure and outstanding temperament. Lin Luluo was also standing beside him. The two were chatting about something, and Lin Luluo's pretty face wore a gentle and shy expression. Standing at the entrance, Yang felt a pang of bitterness and intended to leave and come back another time, but suddenly heard educated youth Liu's surprised and enthusiastic voice. "Comrade Bai. You're here." At that moment, Yang's thought of leaving quietly was extinguished. Yang braced himself and walked in carrying the woven vine bag. Feeling a gaze with a particularly strong presence staring at him, he glanced over and saw Gu Jinshan's dark, deep eyes fixed on him. Why was he looking at him? Wasn't he having a pleasant conversation with educated youth Lin? Yang felt irritable, so he couldn't help but give him a fierce glare. After glaring, he suddenly felt quite childish, so he didn't look at the man again, pretending not to notice that he was still watching him. Beside Gu Jinshan, Lin Luluo saw the normally stern and cold man's lips curl up slightly, and his beautiful eyes also became much gentler. Her heart felt a wave of sweetness, thinking that she should come to chat with Jinshan more often in the future to deepen their relationship. Educated youth Lu. I've come to return the clothes. Yang took off the woven vine bag and pulled out the neatly folded gray knitted sweater and black pants, handing them to educated youth Lu. An unnatural emotion flashed across Lu Yuan's face. He glanced at educated youth Gu and then hurriedly took the clothes. Lin Luluo, standing beside Gu Jinshan, shot a disgusted look at Yang. Her good mood vanished upon seeing this hoodlum who used to constantly pester her. Her peripheral vision caught the clothes in his hand, which looked very familiar, so she said in surprise. Isn't this clothing? Before she could finish her sentence, her arm was suddenly tugged. Didn't you say you were going to take me somewhere? Let's go. The usually taciturn and cold Gu Jinshan's deep, magnetic voice suddenly rang out. Lin Luluo's words were interrupted, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she said shyly. Jinshan, you're willing to go. I'm really happy. Chapter 16, The Prosperity Plan. Then, Gu Jinshan and Lin Luluo left the educated youth compound. At this time, a male educated youth in the courtyard sighed with a regretful tone. Sigh. Educated youth Lin and educated youth Gu are in love with each other. It looks like I'm completely out of the running. After saying that, he glanced at Bai Yang with a look of shared empathy. This educated youth was Mo Fei, who lived in the dormitory next to Lu Yuan's. He was the most obvious among the male educated youths who tried to curry favor with Lin Luluo. However, unlike the original owner's relentless pestering, this educated youth comrade came from a well-off family. He liked to give Lin Luluo gifts and also took great care of her during work, proactively taking on many of her chores. Although there was regret in his words now, it was more of a sense of being free and easy, having come to terms with it. Bai Yang felt some envy toward this person. If only his own obsession and love for Gu Jingchen could be as free and easy as Mo Fei's. Even though he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart, Bai Yang took a deep breath and pulled himself together. Not wanting to look too pathetic or miserable. Oh. Comrade Bai Yang, that bag of yours looks really nice. Where did you buy it? Just after Bai Yang returned the clothes to Lu Wan, Mo Fei, who had been sighing moments ago, was now looking at the vine-woven bag in Bai Yang's hand with eyes full of amazement. He had an expression that people in later generations would describe as being totally sold on it. Hearing the other party's sincere praise for the bag he designed and his grandmother hand-wove, the sadness in Bai Yang's heart lightened a lot. He explained with a smile. This bag wasn't bought, my grandmother wove it by hand. It has 2 straps that can be swapped out, so it can be carried by hand or on the back. Although it doesn't look big, it can hold quite a lot, and it's sturdy and dirt-resistant. Bai Yang demonstrated as he spoke. After he finished, he saw educated youth Mo's curious and eager eyes brighten even more. Seeing this, a thought occurred to Bai Yang. By the way, educated youth Lu, thank you for your help that night and for lending me your clothes. This bag was woven by my grandmother. I'm giving it to you as a small token of my gratitude. Please don't look down on it, educated youth Lu. The latter half of Bai Yang's sentence was in a light, joking tone, but the sincere gratitude on his face was no act. Mo Fei, who previously had prejudices against Bai Yang, now had a much better opinion of his former love rival. He looked at Lu Wan with envious eyes, thinking that he must borrow it to carry at least once. Upon hearing Bai Yang's words, Lu Wan immediately refused. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Besides, that night I didn't help that much. Although Lu Wan tried to push it back and didn't plan to accept the gift, he couldn't resist Bai Yang's enthusiasm and was ultimately forced to accept the vine-woven backpack. However, when he held the backpack in his hands, the look of liking it behind his black-rimmed glasses was unmistakable. This bag was indeed quite good, it was convenient for carrying a few books when going out. Moreover, he noticed a small dedicated space for a pen. Though it looked simple, it was cleverly designed. Well then, educated youth Lu and educated youth Mo, I'll leave you to your business. It's getting late, I'll be going now. After handing the clothes and the gift to Lu Wan, Bai Yang said his goodbyes and left. Not long after he left the educated youth courtyard, a shout suddenly came from behind. Comrade Bai. Wait a moment. A flash of shrewdness flickered in Bai Yang's beautiful eyes, vanishing in an instant. He then turned back to see a worried Mo Fei running over in a hurry, and asked with an innocent face. Is there something the matter, educated youth Mo? Mo Fei had an unnatural expression on his face, and then said in an embarrassed tone. Comrade Bai. Could you ask your grandmother to weave another bag exactly like the one you gave one? I can buy it. Seeing the usually cheerful and straightforward educated youth Mo looking all bashful and conflicted, a momentary smile flashed in Bai Yang's eyes. As an art academy graduate, he was quite sensitive to color coordination. He had just noticed that although this sunny and athletic educated youth Mo wore clothes that were simple and monotonous in style due to the environment, the colors were coordinated very naturally. Furthermore, the fabric of his clothes looked quite good, suggesting his family was well off. If placed in later generations, Bai Yang felt this educated youth Mo would definitely be a trendy guy. In this era, however, things like bags were generally items only girls liked. For a grown man to express his liking for such a bag was somewhat hard to voice. Since there was no one else around, BL stepped closer and whispered in a low voice. Educated youth mo. You saw that bag, it's actually not easy to weave. My grandmother put in a lot of effort to finish it. Even the vines used aren't just any simple bamboo or vine. Mo Fei's father was a level 6 fitter in a city factory, and his mother was a doctor in a hospital. His family conditions were quite good. He had been to supply and marketing cooperatives of all sizes in the city. He wasn't an ignorant country bumpkin and could naturally see the quality of this bag. Because his older sister was about to get engaged and his younger brother was introverted and timid, someone from the family had to go to the countryside. So, to avoid making things difficult for his family, he had proactively and secretly signed up. Before coming to the BL brigade, his family had given him a lot of money and coupons, so he was prepared to pay a high price. BL spoke with a smile at this point. Although it's quite a lot of work to weave. I feel like we've hit it off from the start and have a special connection. You don't need to give me money. However, to make sure it doesn't get mixed up with educated youth Liu's bag, I'll have my grandmother make some changes during the weaving. Mo Fei, who was already prepared to spend a large sum, was stunned by BL's words. An expression of disbelief crossed his face, followed by immense gratitude. Really? Comrade Bai. You're such a good person. Those people who spoke ill of you before must have been spreading rumors. If educated youth Lin doesn't like you, she's the one with no taste. I think you're much more handsome than that ice block face Gu Jinchen. BL. That's not necessary. And my friend, do you really like Lin Luluo? At this moment, BL had deep doubts in his heart. Next, Mo Fei chatted enthusiastically with BL for a long time before finally saying goodbye and heading back contentedly. Of course. BL didn't really feel like he had hit it off with Mo Fei at first sight and wasn't giving him the bag for free, he was planning to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He also couldn't accept his money for such a small profit. If he were discovered and reported, wouldn't he be slapped with the crime of speculation? In this environment, private trading was against policy. If discovered and reported by others, the charge of speculation was quite heavy. Especially in the original owner's family, his father was the brigade leader, his eldest brother was the brigade's accountant, his sister-in-law helped out at the brigade's women's federation, and now he himself was in charge of the brigade's literacy class. Although speculation could make money, the cost of being caught and reported was too high, it wasn't worth the loss. If only one family was wealthy, it would be too conspicuous and easy to be targeted. Although the people of BL village were simple and honest. Human hearts are hard to fathom. Envy is human nature, and BL had neither the energy nor the confidence to test human nature. During his time living here, he had developed a sense of belonging to the BL brigade and feelings for the local elders and fellow villagers. Since he had come here by some twist of fate, he should do something truly meaningful. The incident with the old woman carrying water this morning had made him think more deeply. Coming to this world, in this poor and backward small village. Over the past few days, he had also seen many families in the brigade consisting of orphans, widows, the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. The terrain of the BL brigade was too complex, and there was little fertile land. Every day, the work in the brigade involved weeding, fertilizing, and hoeing in those fields. Except for the busy spring plowing and harvest seasons. Most of the time was spent repeating low-efficiency tasks. Many people even slacked off every day just to scrape by for work points. And the countryside wasn't like the city, there were no other channels to improve one's life besides farming. Families without able-bodied young men, being elderly, weak, or disabled, essentially lost their labor force. They didn't earn many work points throughout the year and couldn't get much grain, making their lives extremely difficult. Weaving handicrafts didn't require much physical strength. Even someone like the original owner's 70-year-old grandmother could do it. Moreover, the Baiha brigade was rich in wild bamboo and vines. Aside from a few people weaving baskets and crates for home use, most of these were just cut for firewood, which was a complete waste of materials. With manpower and natural raw materials, Bai Yang could draw the design sketches himself. If he then had sales channels and the support of the brigade and the commune, everything would be perfectly prepared. And Mo Fei was the opening Bai Yang favored for selling the handicrafts. With a plan in mind, Bai Yang took a turn toward the ancient temple, where there was a small room that Secretary Wang had specifically set aside as an office for Bai Yang. Simple office supplies like straw paper and fountain pens were available, making it a ready-made studio for Bai Yang. This matter couldn't be rushed, it needed careful planning and a lot of research. Bai Yang calmed his mind, intending to first draft a simple plan. Chapter 17, Pressured to Marry. Over the next few days, Bai Yang didn't go back to the educated youth compound, nor did he see Gu Jingchen again. Besides being busy with various matters for the literacy class, Bai Yang was also occupied with conducting research on handicrafts. His days were full and productive. However, every night when it was quiet and before he went to sleep, Bai Yang still couldn't help but miss Gu Jingchen, his figure appearing in his mind. Meanwhile, the number of villagers attending the literacy class was gradually dwindling. On the first day, the entire classroom was packed with nearly 100 people, but these past 2 days, there were only about 50. Bai Yang felt quite a bit of regret, but Secretary Wang had long anticipated this outcome, as several other production brigades in the commune that had established literacy classes earlier had already seen this happen. Thanks to some of Bai Yang's excellent suggestions, their production brigade was actually doing quite well with at least 50 people. The neighboring Qinghe brigade had seen fewer than 10 people attending over the last few days. When Secretary Wang went to the commune for a meeting yesterday, Director Huang had already singled out the Qinghe brigade for criticism. Bai Yang had also been thinking about expanding the literacy class curriculum to include education on safety for women and children. But with fewer villagers attending each day, that plan was temporarily shelved. Even Bai Yang's own family had stopped coming after the first day when they had all shown up to support his work. However, there was one person who came every single day without fail and even helped Bai Yang tidy up the tables and chairs after class, Chao Zhu. Bai Yang felt quite lucky to have such a bad influence of a friend, so he specifically gave the guy a vine-woven bag similar in style to Lu Wen's. As a result, this kid, who spent his days idling instead of working, carried it around everywhere to show off. Thanks to him, within 2 days, the entire production brigade knew that Captain Bei's mother could weave beautiful bags. As for the 2 educated youth comrades, Lu Wen and Mo Fei, who had the same model as Chao Zhuzi, they drew many more glances when they carried their bags to work. Lu Wen was low-key, but the narcissistic Mo Fei was like a proud peacock, walking with a swagger every day. Whenever he returned to the educated youth compound, he wouldn't stop talking about Bai Yang. Ever since Bai Yang had given Mo Fei the vine-woven backpack his grandmother had made on the second day, the guy had been even more excited upon seeing the small double wings logo on it, practically refusing to let it out of his sight. This logo, which clearly related to his name and seemed custom designed for him, moved Mo Fuho already had a good impression of Bai Yang to tears. He now considered Bai Yang his absolute best friend. With his best friend's reputation being slandered, Mo Fei naturally took it upon himself to tirelessly tell the other educated youth comrades, who had been as prejudiced as he once was, just how great Bai Yang was. The residents of the male educated youth dormitory were being brainwashed to the point of getting calluses on their ears. But their opinion of Bai Yang had indeed improved significantly. Unlike Mo Fei's smug satisfaction, one person was becoming increasingly irritable. Especially when he heard that guy in the next dorm talking again about how he went to the bamboo forest behind the production brigade's mountain to play with Bai Yang today. That triumphant voice was incredibly irritating. Hearing Mo Fei prattle on and on with that person's name only made him feel particularly agitated. Ever since he had come to the countryside, he, whose emotions rarely fluctuated much before, seemed to have become a completely different person. A dark, Gloomy emotion flashed through his pitch-black pupils as Gu Jingchen left the dormitory, not wanting to hear that annoying guy's voice any longer. After Gu Jingchen left, Gao Yuan, who shared the dormitory, took a deep breath and said to Lu Wen. Do you think educated youth Gu has been in a bad mood these past 2 days? Just now, his face was like thunder. And he was radiating such a terrifying aura that I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Gao Yuan finished by patting his chest with an exaggerated expression. Lu Wen looked at Gao Yuan with a surprised and puzzled expression, asking. Really? Educated youth Gu has always had a cold personality. Are you overthinking it? Gao Yuan glanced at the bookworm and sighed. This guy was quite oblivious to such things, so naturally, he hadn't noticed. Although Gu Jingchen was cold by nature and usually maintained a distant expression, he was always polite to everyone. But over the last 2 days, not only was he radiating an icy chill, but his gaze was sometimes frightening. Moreover, several times when Gao Yuan had to get up in the middle of the night to use the latrine, he found Gu Jingchen awake, sitting on his bed and staring expressionlessly at an egg in his hand. It was so creepy it nearly made him wet himself right there. Besides that, Gu Jingchen, who previously paid no attention to anything and seemed to look down on the world, had caught himself staring at Lu Wen's vine-woven backpack several times. Sigh. Living in this dormitory, Gao Yuan felt the mental pressure was just too much. He actually envied Lu Wen, the bookworm who was not only oblivious but also slept like the dead. He really couldn't imagine what Gu Jingchen would be like when getting along with someone he liked. After Bai Yang spent a few busy and fulfilling days, his research yielded results, and he felt more confident in his plan regarding vine-woven handicrafts. He planned to have a chat with his cheap father, Captain Bai, and Secretary Wang once the current busy farming season was over. Bai Yang was in a fairly good mood, but that mood came to a screeching halt the moment he heard about matchmaking. Cough what? A blind date? Sister-in-law, you're not joking, are you? While the family was eating lunch. When his sister-in-law brought up the idea of a blind date, Bai Yang, who had just taken a sip of soup, immediately choked. He coughed violently twice before staring with wide, disbelieving eyes. Before Bai Yang's sister-in-law, Zhao Hehua, could speak, Mother Bai gave her son a chiding look and said. Xiao Bao. You're not a child anymore. Hu Zi from Auntie Liu's house is a year younger than you, and his son is already crawling. The girl your sister-in-law mentioned is her younger female cousin. I saw her at your in-laws a few years ago. She's a good girl, pretty and a hard worker. Plus, we know her background, and her family's situation is also. Mother Bai prattled on, with the sister-in-law chiming in from the side, making Bai Yang feel his scalp go numb. Experiencing the feeling of being pressured to marry for the first time was truly terrifying. He was naturally attracted to men, no matter how pretty that girl was, he wouldn't be able to perform. Moreover, it was impossible for him to do something as morally bankrupt as tricking someone into marriage. However, if he told them the truth, the family would surely explode. Bai Yang naturally couldn't give the real reason, so he could only bite the bullet and talk nonsense. Mom. I just got the job of being in charge of the literacy class. Many people are eyeing this plum position. At this critical juncture, I should focus on my career. It's too early to talk about marriage. Hearing Bai Yang say this, Mother Bai looked conflicted but eventually dropped the subject. Zhao Hehua, however, had other ideas. Her younger brother-in-law was no longer the hoodlum he used to be, and many people in the village were secretly keeping an eye on him. His family conditions were good, his father was the brigade leader, and her younger brother-in-law was handsome. Today at the Production Brigade's Women's Federation, an older sister had been asking about him. Clearly hinting at wanting to set him up with her younger sister-in-law. By the time her younger brother-in-law was ready, the opportunity would have passed. Although her cousin was pretty, she didn't have an advantage in terms of age. Once more people started proposing matches and her mother-in-law became pickier, her cousin really wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 18, Injured. After lunch, Bai Yang went to the ancient temple, fearing that staying at home would lead to more nagging about marriage. Staying in his own office within the ancient temple, Bai Yang spent the whole afternoon completing a preliminary proposal, combining the preparations and research he had done over the past few days. The title of the proposal was Preliminary Proposal for the Baihe Brigade Woven Goods Processing Factory, which was concise and clear. It was exactly 6 o'clock now, with 1 hour left before the evening literacy class began. With only an hour left, if Bai Yang went home for dinner, the round trip would take at least half an hour. The schedule was too tight, so he simply decided not to go back. Bai Yang began preparing half an hour early, arranging the tables and chairs. Since not many villagers had been attending the literacy class these past few days, Bai Yang's workload was much lighter, and he finished setting up in no time. 10 minutes early, Lin Lulua arrived with her prepared teaching materials, still wearing a hostile expression toward Bai Yang. Bai Yang acted as if he hadn't seen her. After all, he didn't care for this love rival either. At 7 o'clock, villagers began to arrive one after another, though still in small numbers, and Lin Lulua started her lesson. Bai Yang sat in the last row of the classroom, listening to Lin Luluo's lecture while working on the weekly summary for the literacy class. Although he didn't like this love rival, he had to admit that her lecturing was quite good. She was a fine teacher, gentle, patient, and clearly well educated. At 8:30, the literacy class for the day concluded. Since only 40 villagers came today, and most were very considerate, they took the initiative to put away their own tables and chairs after class. Consequently, Bai Yang found himself quite idle tonight. It was the earliest he had finished work since the literacy class began. It was already 8:30. Since Bai Yang hadn't eaten dinner, and because he had quickly excused himself after only a few bites at noon when his sister-in-law mentioned the blind date, he was now starving. His stomach was growling with hunger, he just wanted to get home and eat. He wondered what food his family had left for him. It was another pitch-black night. Fearing he might step into a pit, Bai Yang walked slowly, his mind filled with nostalgic cravings for hot pot, skewers, and barbecue would be perfect with a bottle of ice-cold beer. Licking his lips, Bai Yang only felt hungrier. Just as Bai Yang was reminiscing about the delicacies of his past life, he suddenly heard a woman scream, "Don't touch me!" Then, a clear cry followed, her voice trembling and filled with panic and fear. Bai Yang's expression grew solemn. He immediately ran toward the source of the screams. In his haste, his calf was scratched by some thorny weeds among the tall grass, causing a sharp sting, but he couldn't care less. If he hadn't misheard, the cry for help just now had been Lin Luluo's voice. Following the direction of the screams through a patch of woods to a secluded path, Bai Yang saw a thin, somewhat hunchbacked man pawing at Lin Lulua in the darkness. A greasy and unpleasant voice reached his ears. "Educated youth Lin, I like you, don't be afraid." Lin Lulua was forced back. Seeing the creep about to touch her, Bai Yang felt a surge of fury. He stepped forward, kicked the man hard, and then punched him in the face. "FCK, who's hitting me?" Bai Yang recognized the man as the village thug, Zhao the Pockmarked, and began to strike him even harder. "Bai Yang, it's me, your brother Zaoa." Zhao the Pockmarked also recognized his attacker as Bai Yang. He tried to appeal to their past acquaintance for mercy, but he didn't expect the other man to be so ruthless. At that moment, a look of resentment and ferocity flashed in Zhao the Pockmarked's cross-eyed, triangular eyes. As he crawled on the ground, his right hand found a stone, which he grabbed and swung directly at Bai Yang's head. "Bai Yang! Watch out!" Seeing this, Lin Luluo's already pale face grew even more panicked as she hurriedly shouted a warning. Just then, before Bai Yang could react, he was suddenly yanked aside. The stone narrowly missed his head, grazing his shoulder instead. Bai Yang looked at his savior. In the darkness, the man gripping his arm tightly had a terrifyingly somber expression. Seeing that there was now a helper, Zhao the Pockmarked immediately scrambled to his knees, begging for mercy while slapping his own face. I've been drinking. I deserve to die. Educated youth Lin, I'm sorry, please forgive me. At this moment, Gu Jingchen looked like an Asura from hell. He stared at Zhao the Pockmarked as if looking at a dead man. Zhao the Pockmarked was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder, and a foul stench filled the air. Get out. Gu Jingchen's icy voice rang out, and Zhao the Pockmarked fled in a pathetic state. Although he wanted to see that scum in prison, there was no evidence. Furthermore, because Bai Yang had appeared in time, educated youth Lin hadn't suffered any substantial harm. If they reported it to the brigade, Lin Luoyuo's reputation would be ruined, the village gossip would utterly destroy the life of an innocent young woman. Jingchen Wuwu, I was so scared, Wuwu. After Zhao the Pockmarked scrambled away, Lin Luluo saw Gu Jingchen's figure, and the fear, panic, and grievance in her heart were completely released. She suddenly ran over and hugged Gu Jingchen, her tears flowing like a broken dam as she buried her head in his chest and sobbed. A flicker of gloom passed through Bai Yang's eyes, but he understood Lin Luluo. If he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. She was bound to be traumatized by tonight's events. By all rights, Gu Jingchen should be the one to comfort her. Bai Yang looked at the hand still tightly gripping his arm. He took a deep breath to calm his lingering fear, turned to smile at the man beside him, and said in a forced, casual tone. Educated youth Gu. Thank you for just now. Educated youth Lin was really shaken up, you should comfort her. I definitely won't let a word of this out. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden pain shot through his arm. The man's grip tightened even further. In the darkness, the man half-holding Lin Luluo looked even more grim. A wave of bitterness washed over Bai Yang's heart. Just then, Lin Luluo's tearful voice rang out. Jingchen. Wu. I want to go back. Gu Jingchen slowly released his hand, then gently patted Lin Luluo's back and nodded. Once the man let go, Bai Yang ran away without looking back. He ran a long way. Between the hunger and the exhaustion, he felt completely drained of strength, finally leaning against a nearby tree trunk to gasp for air. He hadn't felt much earlier, but now Bai Yang realized that not only did the scratches on his calf hurt intensely, but his right shoulder was also throbbing painfully. The stone in Zhao the Pockmarked's hand had just grazed his right shoulder, and now it felt like it was burning. At the thought of Zhao the Pockmarked, a fierce expression appeared on Bai Yang's face. One day, he would deal with that scum properly. Chapter 19. Returning. Bai Yang leaned against the tree trunk and slowly slid down, sitting directly on the ground, planning to rest for a while before going home. He hadn't eaten much all day, and he was both in pain and hungry. His head suddenly felt heavy, as if weighing 1,000 pounds, and his body was weak and limp, resembling symptoms of hypoglycemia. So unlucky. Bai Yang mocked himself. Just as Bai Yang was feeling despondent and his vision was blurring into darkness, he suddenly heard the sound of someone walking. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Bai Yang hugged the tree trunk and stood up with great difficulty. However, because he pulled the wound on his calf, a sharp, intense pain shot through him. His face turned pale instantly, and he couldn't help but let out a groan. Hiss. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Don't move yet. Bai Yang's body froze. He suspected he was hallucinating from hunger. How could it be Gu Jingchen's voice? Because he thought it was a hallucination, he forgot his current physical condition and subconsciously let go of his hands. With the support for his body gone, Bai Yang's legs gave way. Just as he was about to fall, his body was suddenly caught in a burning and hot embrace. Be careful. A deep and worried voice spoke. Bai Yang looked up and saw that the person who had caught him was indeed Gu Jingchen. Why are you here? How is educated youth Lin? Bai Yang's voice sounded weak and raspy. An obscure emotion appeared on Gu Jingchen's face. His body paused for a moment, and then he said in a deep, clear voice. I sent her back to the dormitory. Other comrades are helping to look after her, so don't worry about her anymore. Bai Yang didn't know if it was his imagination, but the latter half of the sentence clearly carried a tone of displeasure. After finishing, Gu Jinchen caught sight of the blood seeping from Bai Yang's right shoulder out of the corner of his eye. His expression changed instantly, and a flash of panic and nervousness appeared in his eyes. You're injured. Why didn't you say so just now? Gu Jingchen's tone was harsh, but in the darkness, his body trembled slightly, and a sense of panic arose in his heart. Hey, it's just a minor injury. Besides, you had to take care of educated youth Lin. If I said I was hurt, would the great educated youth Gu abandon the beautiful educated youth Lin to take care of a hooligan like me? Bai Yang couldn't help but make a joke. After he said this, in the darkness, Gu Jingchen's face turned somewhat pale. His thin, already bloodless lips parted slightly, but in the end, he didn't speak. Those dark, deep eyes held an emotion that Bai Yang couldn't understand. I'll carry you on my back to see the doctor. Your wound can't wait. It would be terrible if it got infected and worsened. After a few seconds of standoff, the man beside him suddenly crouched down, his tone returning to a rational one. Bai Yang valued his life quite a bit. Although he felt a bit aggrieved, he still obediently lay on the man's back. As he lay on Gu Jinchen's back, he felt the man's burning body heat. A clear and unique scent wafted over, and Bai Yang couldn't help but take a couple of deep breaths, finding it remarkably familiar. This scene also felt as if he had experienced it somewhere before. Bai Yang's thoughts couldn't help but wander. Could it be that he had dreamed of him during a wet dream and then forgotten it after waking up? Just as Bai Yang was lost in his thoughts, a man's husky voice suddenly came from near his ear. You, don't breathe on my neck like that. At this moment, Bai Yang felt the other man's body suddenly stiffen quite a bit. He thought to himself that most straight men reject being too close to the same sex. It seems the netizens didn't lie to him. After all, liking Gu Jingchen was Bai Yang's own unrequited wish, and his crush was his business alone. His earlier joke had actually been a bit unreasonable. He, who had previously planned to confess, now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. He decided that after tonight, he would try his best to avoid this person. I'm sorry. After apologizing, Bai Yang lay obediently on the other man's back, trying his best to avoid moving. Hearing the apology, Gu Jinchen felt even more irritable. He lived at the edge of Baihe village, several kilometers away. It was very dark now, and the road was rugged and uneven. Even though Bai Yang was on the thin side, he still weighed over 100 caddies, which wasn't light. The two of them didn't speak for the rest of the way. By the time Gu Jinchen arrived at Dr. He's house with Bai Yang on his back, 20 minutes had passed. Gu Jinchen knocked on the door anxiously. Soon, Dr. He, who had hurriedly put on his clothes and even misbuttoned them, rushed out and opened the main gate. When he saw educated youth Gu at the door carrying the Bai family boy on his back, he frowned. Why is it you two again? Seeing the two of them, Dr. He sighed, looking disappointed as if they were beyond help. Sigh. Bai family boy, how can your health be so poor at such a young age? Just a few days ago, educated youth Gu came looking for me in the middle of the night, and it's only been a few days. Dr. He grumbled as he led them to the innermost room of his house. While lying on Gu Jinchen's back, a look of confusion flashed across Bai Yang's face when he heard Dr. He's complaints. What did that mean? On that night when he was caught in the rain a few days ago, was it Gu Jinchen who came in the middle of the night to ask Dr. He to examine him? Educated youth Lu Wen hadn't mentioned this to him, and he had never known, simply assuming it was educated youth Lu who had helped him. Now it seemed that on the night he was unconscious with a fever and needed someone by his side, while educated youth Lu took care of him, Gu Jinchen had gone to get the doctor. It seemed he had unknowingly owed this man another favor. While Bai Yang was sighing inwardly, Gu Jinchen had already carried him into a small but clean room. The room had only a table and a bed with white sheets. There was no other furniture or decor, it was very simple but exceptionally tidy, and the smell of disinfectant wafted through the air. This room was likely a ward that Dr. He had specifically set up in his own home for treating people. Dr. He first felt Bai Yang's pulse and then checked his tongue coating. The weak pulse was clearly due to physical exhaustion caused by extreme hunger. So, he took some brown sugar. Dissolved a large piece in a porcelain bowl, added boiling water, and handed it to Gu Jinchen. Feed him this brown sugar water. He has a wound on his shoulder, he'll go prepare the gauze for dressing and disinfection. Dr. He gave the instruction and then left the room. Seeing Gu Jinchen intending to feed him, Bai Yang felt a bit embarrassed. His face turned red, and he quickly said, "I can drink it myself." Gu Jinchen ignored Bai Yang's words. Instead, he slowly helped Bai Yang sit up and let him lean against him. Fearing it might burn him, he scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, and then held it to Bai Yang's lips. This feeling of being fed was something Bai Yang hadn't experienced since he was 4 years old. And because this person was the one he liked, he felt extremely bashful, his heart filled with both conflict and sweetness. After finishing the bowl of brown sugar water, Bai Yang's strength recovered a lot. His pale face gained a touch of rosiness. And he looked a bit better. Gu Jinchen's face, which had been ashen all night, softened slightly. At this moment, Dr. He also walked in with a disinfection kit, ready to dress Bai Yang's wound. Chapter 20, Sending Him Home. When Bai Yang took off his clothes under the dim yellow light of the kerosene lamp, his naturally fair skin made the abrasion on his shoulder appear even more striking. The wound had already scabbed over by now, but the bluish-red bruising looked quite severe. Gu Jinchen froze for a moment when he saw this, a flash of ferocity and self-reproach crossing his dark, deep eyes. "You kid, you really are a handful." Dr. He was about the same age as Father Bai and Captain Bai, and they had a good relationship. Looking at Bai Yang's wound now, he sighed, his voice filled with frustration at the boy's recklessness. After saying that, he used tweezers to pick up an alcohol-soaked cotton ball and wiped it directly onto the wound. Hiss. As the alcohol stung the wound. Bai Yang's face turned pale from the pain, and he couldn't help but let out a groan. Standing to the side, Gu Jinchen's face flashed with worry and heartache. His brow furrowed, and his mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he said nothing, just staring fixedly. Having practiced medicine his whole life, Dr. He was unfazed. He finished bandaging the wound in a few quick motions, while also pulling out a thorn from the boy's calf and giving it a simple treatment. After finishing his work, he let out a yawn and said, "All done. Don't let it touch water for a week, and avoid putting any weight on your right shoulder." "Thank you, Dr. He." Gu Jinchen spoke in a polite and sincere tone. After speaking, he crouched down, intending to carry Bai Yang back. Having just drunk that bowl of brown sugar water, Bai Yang's strength had returned. His dizziness and weakness had vanished, so he naturally felt too embarrassed to let Gu Jinchen carry him back again. "I can walk on my own." Seeing that Gu Jinchen was still crouching, waiting for him to climb onto his back, Bai Yang said hurriedly. Dr. He, who was exhausted and only wanted these two to leave quickly so he could close the door and sleep, yawned. Looking at the lingering pair, he thought that although this educated youth Gu seemed to have a cold personality, he was actually quite warm-hearted. He then spoke up. "Xiao Bei's calf injury isn't serious, there's no need to carry him." Hearing Dr. He's words, Bai Yang nodded quickly, then got off the bed, put on his shoes, and was the first to walk out of the room. Gu Jinchen then politely bid farewell to Dr. He and walked out as well. Watching their departing figures, Dr. He rubbed his eyes. Why did he feel like educated youth Gus' emotions were a bit off just now? "Forget it, I'm exhausted." Dr. He rubbed his eyes again, thinking he must have seen wrong because he was too sleepy. On the way back, the two of them didn't speak. And the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Bai Yang quickened his pace, finally breathing a sigh of relief when they reached the intersection. There were two paths at this intersection. Bai Yang's home and the educated youth compound were in different directions. So, Bai Yang said hurriedly. Educated youth Gu, thank you so much for tonight. Some other day, I'll have my grandmother make you a bag just like Mo Fei's as a thank you gift. It's late now, so go back and get some rest early, educated youth Gu. Gu Jinchen didn't answer. After a few seconds, he said. I'll see you home first. Hearing Gu Jinchen say this, Bai Yang shook his head quickly and said in a sincere and grateful tone. No need, no need. My house is still a bit of a walk from here. If you go back and forth, it'll be very late by the time you get back, and you have to get up early for work tomorrow. But Gu Jinchen remained unmoved, answering irrelevantly. There are wild dogs around here. I'll walk you back. His persistent and determined tone brooked no refusal. Hearing him say this, Bai Yang was about to say that he wasn't afraid of little dogs anymore, but suddenly, a blood-curdling howl rang out. A woo. It didn't sound like a normal dog, it sounded more like the howl of a wolf. Hearing this eerie cry, Bai Yang immediately grew tense. Just then, the man beside him spoke in a low, husky voice. When I was at work today, I heard Aunt Wu from the edge of the village say that an old hen in her backyard was snatched away by a wolf from the mountains in the middle of the night. When she woke up this morning, she saw feathers all over the ground. I heard that in the middle of the night. As Gu Jinchen's emotionless voice reached him, Bai Yang felt his scalp go numb and hurriedly said. Stop it. His voice trembled, clearly carrying a tone of panic and fear. After saying this, he moved a bit closer to the man beside him. Pressing tightly against his arm, a complete change from his previous attempt to say goodbye. In the darkness, Bai Yang was too nervous to notice the slight upward curve of the man's lips or the glint that flashed in his dark eyes. When Bai Yang arrived home, he found his family waiting at the main gate. The original owner's father had even moved a stool to sit by the gate, while Mother Bai looked tense and anxious. Dad! Mom! Bai Yang saw them from a distance and called out. As he drew closer, he saw that Father Bai's expression was somewhat sour, and Bai Yang inwardly cried out in alarm. On the night it rained, he hadn't returned home and had stayed in educated youth Liu's dormitory for the night. The next morning, he had promised Father Bai that he would definitely be home before 10 o'clock every day from then on. It was probably almost midnight now. He couldn't let slip that he had encountered Zhao the pockmarked bullying educated youth Lin. Nor could he mention his injury. He was still trying to think of a believable excuse. Just as Bai Yang was racking his brain for an excuse, the man beside him suddenly spoke in a clear and polite voice. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. After the literacy class ended today, Comrade Bai came to our educated youth compound to discuss some teaching-related matters. We lost track of time, so I hope you won't blame him for coming home late. Father Bai, whose face had been quite grim, looked at Bai Yang with a gratified expression after hearing educated youth Gus' words, and his anger vanished. Meanwhile, Mother Bai looked at her son with heartache. Xiao Bao, Mom thinks you've gotten thinner these past few days. Work is important, but your health matters too. Hearing Mother Bai call him Xiao Bao while Gu Jinchen was still standing there, Bai Yang's face turned red. He thought to himself that he must tell his family not to use that nickname when outsiders were around. He turned his head guiltily. Only to see a smile on Gu Jinchen's usually stone-cold face. Damn it! He was definitely laughing at him. Educated youth Gu, you've worked hard. Come inside and sit for a while. Father Bai spoke up at this moment. Given how late it was, Gu Jinchen naturally declined, saying in a polite and respectful tone. Uncle, Auntie. It's so late now, I won't disturb your rest. I'll come to visit you another day. After saying that, he bid them farewell and left. Once his figure had faded into the distance and disappeared, Mother Bai's voice rose in a sigh of admiration. The educated youths from the big cities really are different. They're good-looking, polite, and well-spoken. Chapter 21, discussion. After Gu Jinshan left, Bai Yang followed Father Bai and Mother Bai into the courtyard. By this time, everyone else had already retired for the night. Bai Yang took the dinner left for him in the kitchen and returned to his room. There was a bowl of steaming hot porridge. And a piece of firewood that was almost burnt out in the stove. Having been simmered for so long, the porridge in the bowl was now soft and glutinous. Bai Yang felt a surge of emotion and finished it in no time. After washing up, Bai Yang lay in bed. The events of the evening replayed in his mind like a movie, frame by frame. Although his body was very tired, Bai Yang couldn't fall asleep. He wondered if that guy had returned to the educated youth compound yet. He's probably asleep by now. Bai Yang tossed and turned for a long time before finally falling asleep, but his sleep was restless, filled with nightmares all night. He dreamt of that guy, Gu Jinshan, again. At first, it was a beautiful dream. In the dream, that guy not only confessed his feelings but also said many sweet nothings expressing his admiration. Finally, he hugged him and even kissed him. Bai Yang was flattered by his sweet nothings, and just as the dream was developing into a certain kind of color. The handsome man in the dream suddenly turned into a gigantic grey wolf, opening its bloody maw and revealing sharp fangs. "Don't come any closer!" Bai Yang screamed, instantly waking up. He was drenched in sweat, his face pale, and his eyes still held the lingering panic from the nightmare. He sat on the bed for a while before finally recovering from the aftereffects of the nightmare. Damn it! When that dream was developing into a certain color, a certain part of him had reacted in the dream, but then he instantly went soft after being scared by the big grey wolf. It wasn't even light yet, and Bai Yang, due to the nightmare, didn't dare to go back to sleep. He simply got up to wash, and the quilt on the bed was folded neatly, square and placed at the foot of the bed. After washing up, Bai Yang went to the backyard and suddenly saw the large rooster, which was nestled in a nest made of wheat stalks, open its eyes. It slowly stood up and flapped its wings. Jumping once. Its plump body lightly jumped onto the thatched roof. A multicolored black feather fell off, was blown by the wind, and slowly landed on Bai Yang's head. The large rooster, which had just been lazy, now looked into the distance with its cross eyes, head held high and chest puffed out, an imposing and spirited demeanor. Bai Yang felt a bad premonition and quickly covered his ears. The next second, a sharp and loud crowing sound came. Ooh! Bai Yang, standing under the eaves, looked at the fellow with admiration. As expected of the one that Bai Xiaoyu fed daily with crickets and earthworms when he was idle. That high note. After the rooster crowed, everyone else gradually began to wake up. Bai Yang, as usual, took his carrying pole and 2 wooden buckets to the well to fetch water. After carrying 2 buckets of water back and pouring them into the vat. Everyone else in the family had just finished washing up. Zhao Huahua had just finished washing and was about to start a fire to boil water when she saw the water vat was already full. She thought to herself, her younger brother-in-law is truly diligent. He used to be lazy and unproductive, but now that he's straightened up, he's truly a diligent and good man of the household. She needed to arrange for her younger female cousin to come over as soon as possible. After breakfast, Bai Yang thought of the proposal he had drafted yesterday. With a plan in mind, he said to Father Bai. "Dad. Regarding the development of our production brigade, I have a plan I'd like to discuss with you." Father Bai, who was about to leave for work, heard his son's words and was about to retort, telling him not to mess around and delay his work. But seeing the serious expression on his son's face, he hesitated, then said, "Come inside with me." After entering the main room, Father Bai took out his pipe. Took a puff, and then gestured for him to speak quickly. Bai Yang cleared his throat, then took out the proposal he had prepared in advance and handed it to Father Bai. Bai Shan, as the brigade leader of the Baihe brigade, was one of the few people his age in the village who was literate. Initially, he just glanced at it, but after seeing the content on the paper, his eyes couldn't move away. Even the pipe in his hand was extinguished, and he looked at the content with complete concentration, a stark contrast to his earlier impatient demeanor, eager to go to work. Half an hour later, Father Bay's eyes finally left the proposal, but his hands trembled slightly from excitement, and his expression became solemn, showing great importance. You and I will go to the production department. We'll discuss it further with your Uncle Wang. Father Bai said, his voice now slightly hoarse. Seeing Father Bay's reaction, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. And since he said that, it meant he approved of his proposal in his heart, and his confidence in this matter finally grew stronger. After all, Father Bai was the brigade leader of the Baiha Brigade and knew more about the specific situation of the production brigade and the policies from above than he did. An hour later, at the Baiha Brigade production department. Compared to the introverted and taciturn Captain Bai, Secretary Wang's face was full of excitement and joy after carefully reading the proposal. Old Bai. I think it's feasible. Yesterday, I went to the commune for a meeting. The policy from above encourages rural construction and entrepreneurship. For example, there's a commune that reportedly set up a timber processing factory, and its efficiency is quite good. After Secretary Wang finished speaking, he anxiously added. I'll go to the commune in a bit to get Director Huang's approval. Fortunately, the busy farming season ends this week, so we can start preparing for this matter. Father Bai nodded, but a hint of hesitation flashed across his face, and then he voiced his concerns. If this factory is established, it can create many jobs. Even older people or those with inconvenient legs can participate in positions and earn work points, which would be ideal. But I'm worried about what if the products produced can't be sold. Beihi's face showed a hint of solemnity at this moment. Bai Yang heard his cheap dad's worries and said. Dad. Uncle Wang. Don't worry. I'll figure out other ways for sales. And we can start by producing a small portion, it won't waste much cost anyway. After hearing Bai Yang say this, Secretary Wang suddenly had a realization. He looked at Bai Yang with an appreciative and fond gaze, then patted Bai Shan's shoulder and said with a hearty tone. You old fellow, you're not as good as your son. Little Bai is right. Just as he said, we can produce a small portion first. After all, there's plenty of bamboo and rattan in the mountains. And labor isn't expensive. It's decided then. Hearing Secretary Wang say this, Father Bai's worries also disappeared. Chapter 22, Zhao the Pockmarked caught stealing. Following that, Captain Bai and Secretary Wang discussed the matter further. The more they talked, the more they felt this weaving processing factory had potential. Now, neither of them could sit still. Originally, Secretary Wang had planned to take the proposal drafted by Bai Yang to the commune to find Director Huang by himself, but Father Bai wasn't at ease and decided to go along with him. After Bai Yang came out of the production brigade's production department, he heard the sound of shouting and cursing amidst the distant noise. A group of villagers was gathered far off, watching the spectacle. Initially, Bai Yang didn't plan to join the crowd and intended to leave directly. However, Chao Zhuzi, who was squeezed inside watching the commotion, happened to see Bai Yang at that moment and hurriedly ran over. His eyes filled with gossip and schadenfreude. Brother Yang. Chao Zhu was currently wearing a floral shirt he had gotten from Waknoshir, with the bag his grandmother had woven slung across his body. He looked quite showy, a style that was completely at odds with his burly appearance, fierce temperament, and dark skin. What was most unbearable to look at was his hair, which hadn't been cut for a long time and was plastered to his scalp with oil. The sun had come out now, and the way it shone on his head was simply blinding. Your hair. Bai Yang gave a look of disgust at the greasy hair reflecting the sunlight and asked in confusion. Chao Zhuzi chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and said narcissistically. Looks good, right? Brother Yang. Hee hee. Yesterday, my eldest sister and brother-in-law came home. This shirt was specially bought by my brother-in-law at the department store in the city. It's very fashionable in the city. And this hairstyle, it's the most popular moose head in the city. This morning, while my mom wasn't up yet, I snuck into the kitchen, poured half a bowl of rapeseed oil, and brushed it onto my head. Chao Zuzi's brother-in-law was a city person who had stayed in this production brigade for a few years. He and Chao Zhu's sister fell in love and got married. Later, when he had the chance to return to the city, he took Chao Zhu's sister back to live with him. Compared to many scumbags who abandoned their families after returning to the city, Chao Zhu's brother-in-law was an honest man. Good heavens! Bai Yang's eyelids twitched several times, and he really couldn't help but say, "You're a damn genius." Deeply infatuated with his new image and unable to extricate himself, Chao Zhuzi didn't realize Bai Yang was being sarcastic. Hearing the praise, he became even more excited. "Brother Yang. There's still half a bowl of oil at home. Do you want to get this stylish look too? I have a blind date later. When I get back, I'll sneak it out for you while my old lady isn't around." Bai Yang looked horrified and shook his head repeatedly. Even if he shaved his head bald, he would never brush oil on his hair. However, upon hearing the other party was going on a blind date, Bai Yang, who had initially found him an eyesore and wanted to leave for fear of hearing more outrageous words, thought that since the guy was a bit dim-witted but still a good friend, he should give a reminder for the sake of his lifelong happiness. "I think your previous way of dressing was quite good, simple and natural. Actually, this floral shirt doesn't match your temperament, and the hair looks, it's hard to describe." Bai Yang spoke tactfully, but unfortunately, Chao Zhuzi didn't take it in. He was currently so narcissistic that he wouldn't listen to anyone's opinion. "Brother Yang. Even though your brain is sharper than mine, your aesthetic sense isn't as good as your brother's. He. Just wait for my good news," Chao Zhu said, puffing out his chest. At that moment, cursing voices could be heard from the crowd not far away. Bai Yang vaguely heard the name Zhao the Pockmarked, so he stopped discussing Chao Zuzi's taste and asked curiously, "Zhuzi, what's happening over there?" The fire of gossip immediately reignited in Chao Zuzi's eyes as he said gloatingly, "Brother Yang. Didn't Aunt Wu lose her old hen a couple of days ago? Guess what? Zhao the Pockmarked secretly boiled and ate it. He hid the feathers, but Aunt Wu's big guard dog caught the scent and found them. That shameless guy usually goes around stealing chickens and dogs. He's stolen things from many families in the brigade and even framed the two of us. I've hated the sight of him for a long time. Now he's finally been caught red-handed and can't deny it." Chao Zhuzi rambled on, his face showing disdain and disgust for Zhao the Pockmarked. He accepted that his brother Yang was lazy and loved to fight and cause trouble, but he absolutely wouldn't wear the label of a petty thief. At most, he would, secretly pick a few apricots from someone's garden. And he only ate one, which was so sour it set his teeth on edge. Bai Yang was stunned after hearing Chao Zuzi's words and asked in confusion, "Wasn't Aunt Wu's old hen carried off by a wild wolf from the mountains?" Chao Zhuzi looked at Bai Yang as if he were an idiot. Seeing that his expression was serious and he wasn't joking, he instantly couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Yang, that's just a story spread to scare children. How could there be wild wolves in this brigade? Ha ha." Chao Zhuzi was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Bai Yang's face turned very ugly. "Damn. It turns out Gu Jinchen lied to me yesterday. How hateful." Bai Yang grew angry, his cheeks puffing out. Even the happy news of Zhao the Pockmarked's unlucky capture wasn't enough to extinguish the fire in his heart. Then that sound last night that seemed like a wolf's howl. A woo. Just then, a familiar howl rang out, followed by Zhao the Pockmarked's cries of pain. "Aunt Wu's big wolf dog is really fierce. I'll talk to my old lady later and see if we can raise one at home too." Chao Zuzi's envious voice came through. At this point, how could Bai Yang not understand? Damn it! He felt even angrier. Next, Zhao the Pockmarked was tied up with hemp rope by Aunt Wu's son and escorted toward the production brigade, intended for the commune's police station. The crowd of onlookers dispersed. Because Chao Zhuzi was in a hurry to go to the neighboring brigade to meet the girl introduced by the matchmaker, he bid Bai Yang goodbye and left quickly. When Bai Yang returned home in a huff, he suddenly heard a bell-like, crisp, and sweet voice coming from the inner room. Bai Xiaoyu, who was playing with the chicks in the yard, saw his youngest uncle enter and ran toward him, shouting, "Youngest uncle! You're back!" Hearing the unfamiliar voice in the house and remembering what his sister-in-law had said during lunch yesterday, Bai Yang felt a bad premonition and hurriedly crouched down. Shoo! He stopped his little nephew from shouting so the family wouldn't realize he was back, then lowered his voice and asked softly, "Xiaoyu, is there a guest at home?" The little fellow nodded obediently. "Then do you know who it is?" Before Bai Yang could finish his sentence, the little fellow suddenly shouted toward the house. "Little auntie!" Bai Yang's body froze instantly. Then he slowly stood up and turned around to see a pretty young girl with 2 jet black braids, a round face, large eyes, a high nose, and wearing a floral shirt. Chapter 23. Niu Qingqing. Mother Bai heard the movement in the yard and came out. When she saw her son, her eyes immediately lit up. She warmly and affectionately pulled Niu Qingqing by the arm and introduced her to her son. "Oh! Xiaobao, you're back. This is your sister-in-law's younger female cousin from her maternal home, your sister Qingqing." Bai Yang gave this sister Qingqing an awkward yet polite smile, then quickly winked at his mother to indicate that he didn't want to go on a blind date. But Mother Bai acted as if she hadn't seen her son's signal. Instead, she said to Niu Qingqing in a warm tone, "Qingqing, this is your brother Bai Yang. He's 10 years younger than your brother-in-law, 20 years old this year. He's quite grown up now. He used to be immature, but now he's in charge of our production brigade's literacy class. Although he only earns 6 work points a day now, if he does well in the future, it will increase." Mother Bai had already delivered a torrent of information to Niu Qingqing, rattling off everything about her son's situation. Bai Yang smiled awkwardly, already thinking about explaining his thoughts clearly to this girl in a moment. Meanwhile, after hearing Mother Bai's introduction, Niu Qingqing's large, round eyes brightened a bit. This time, her older female cousin was much more reliable and finally hadn't introduced her to some crooked melon or split jujube. The man in front of her was the best-looking one among all the men she had been on blind dates with. However, her cousin had also told her his zodiac sign the year of the tiger. She was born in the year of the ox, making her 1 year older than him. Hearing her cousin's mother-in-law tell him to call her sister Qingqing, Niu Qingqing's face turned red, and she explained softly, "Auntie, I'm 21 this year, 1 year older than Bai Yang. Bai Yang can just call me Sister Niu." Mother Bai. Mother Bai looked at this lively and beautiful girl, her mouth twitching. She had known all along that this girl was a year older than her Xiaobao, but wouldn't having her son call her sister Qingqing help build their feelings for each other? Just as she walked out of the house and heard her cousin's words, Zhao Huahua felt a momentary pang of frustration. She finally understood why this cousin of hers, despite being so pretty, couldn't get married. She quickly walked over and said with a laugh, "Qingqing, you're joking again. Ha! A 1-year difference is basically the same age if you round it. I think you and Xiao Yang should just call each other by your names." Although Bai Yang liked men, looking at such a fresh and beautiful girl, he couldn't bring himself to call her sister Niu. But calling her sister Qingqing as his mother suggested didn't feel right either, so he simply said, "Comrade Niu." Zhao Huahua. She meant for her younger brother-in-law to just call her cousin Qingqing. What on earth was this Comrade Niu? However, Niu Qingqing was not one to follow conventional logic. Hearing Bai Yang call her Comrade Niu, her eyes lit up. Back in their Qinghe brigade, some people from the commune or the production brigade would call her father Comrade Niu. As a girl, this was the first time she had been called Comrade Niu. Niu Qingqing was instantly overjoyed, her posture straightened, and her impression of Bai Yang improved even further. Since Mother Bai and his sister-in-law were both present, Bai Yang couldn't bear to snub the girl and had no chance to explain things clearly. Zhao Hehua, seeing her cousin's expression, knew she was very satisfied with her younger brother-in-law. Thinking of letting the two spend some time alone to build their relationship, she said to Bai Yang. Xiao Yang, it's my cousin's first time at our Baihe brigade. And she's not familiar with the place. Why don't you take her for a walk around the brigade? Bai Yang hesitated, but looking up, he saw Niu Qingqing's round eyes looking at him with sparkling expectation. He couldn't bring himself to refuse. Sigh. Bai Yang sighed inwardly. Since he had to tell Niu Qingqing his thoughts anyway, he nodded and replied. Okay. Bai Yang walked with Niu Qingqing for a while. Seeing no one around, he stopped and said to her. Comrade Niu. I want to be honest with you about something. I have no intention of getting married or having children. But Niu Qingqing didn't lose heart because of Bai Yang's confession. I know. Both my cousin and your mother told me that you're quite busy with work right now. I'm not someone who lies. I have a good feeling about you. If you don't want to get married or have children for now, we can get engaged first. I can wait for you. Bai Yang felt extremely frustrated hearing her say this. But he couldn't honestly tell her that he liked men. Is it because you think I'm ugly? At that moment, Niu Qingqing suddenly looked at Bai Yang with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Her tone rose as she questioned him. Bai Yang immediately shook his head. Although her skin wasn't as fair as Lin Luoyuo's, it had a healthier, ruddy glow, giving her a vibrant and bright, generous feel. No matter what, she couldn't be associated with the word ugly. You are very beautiful. Not ugly at all. Bai Yang said quickly, fearing he would hurt the girl's self-esteem. Seeing her looking at him stubbornly, he steeled his heart and said directly. There's something wrong with my body. I'm not capable in that area. Hearing Bai Yang's words, Niu Qingqing's already large, dark eyes widened in disbelief, her expression becoming conflicted and complex. Could I trouble Comrade Niu to keep this a secret for me? I don't want my family to know. Bai Yang said. Pretending to be embarrassed. Niu Qingqing nodded. Then, in a nervous and anxious state, she raised her voice and swore. Comrade Bai Yang, don't worry. I, Niu Qingqing, guarantee that I will never let the secret of your impotence leak out. Just as Niu Qingqing finished speaking, a sudden, violent coughing sound came from nearby. Cough, cough. Gao Yuan walked out with an embarrassed look, trying to cover things up. I was just passing by. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. After saying that, he even pretended to rub his ears and muttered something. I don't know what's been going on lately, but my hearing's been poor. I can't hear a thing. Having said that, he hurried away in an anxious rush. Bai Yang's face turned various shades of blue and white. Niu Qingqing stole a guilty and nervous glance at Bai Yang. Then, the two of them returned home in silence. Contrary to her usual self, after saying goodbye to her cousin, Niu Qingqing didn't even stay for dinner at the Bai family home and planned to leave for the Qinghe brigade immediately. Chapter 24, Painting a Grand Vision. After seeing Niu Qingqing home, Bai Yang found an excuse to leave the house and headed straight for the ancient temple. Coincidentally, he ran into that fellow Chao Zhuzi again on the way. Unlike his refreshed, proud, and self-satisfied demeanor from the morning, from a distance, Bai Yang could see him hanging his head, his face drooping, looking utterly dejected. Bai Yang guessed the girl probably hadn't taken a liking to him. Seeing him look as withered as frostbitten eggplant, Bai Yang couldn't help but call out. Zhuzi. But the guy was still immersed in his own sad atmosphere and didn't hear Bai Yang's call. So Bai Yang walked over and patted him on the shoulder. At that moment, Chao Zhuzi looked up with a thoroughly crestfallen expression. What's wrong? Did the blind date not go well? Afraid of hurting his fragile little ego, Bai Yang asked in a tactful tone. Chao Zhuzi completely lost his composure. This burly, strapping man suddenly hugged Bai Yang and started crying, weeping with such pitiful grievance. Bai Yang tilted his head and saw the guy's snot was about to drip onto his shoulder. Suppressing the urge to kick him away, he finally pushed him off, fearing another round of wailing. He quickly put on a stern face and said, "What kind of look is it for a grown man to be crying and sniveling? What on earth happened?" If it were that aloof, unearthly cold man Gu Jinshan crying on his shoulder, Bai Yang would definitely be secretly delighted, ready to cherish the flower and spare the jade and give him a good comforting. But this burly, strapping bro Chao Zhuzi was crying with a face full of snot, coupled with his unbearably greasy hair. Bai Yang just found it an eyesore. Only then did Chao Zhuzi stabilize his emotions. Also realizing how shameful it was for a stalwart, upright man like himself to cry like this in front of brother Yang. He explained with an embarrassed look. After hearing his explanation, it turned out Bai Yang's guess was pretty much spot on. However, the reason wasn't the terrible and bizarre outfit Bai Yang had imagined, but because the girl's side had inquired and found out Chao Zhuzi was the lazy, cunning, greedy, and slick slacker of their Baihe brigade, and immediately looked down on him. After pitifully finishing explaining this reason, a trace of confusion appeared on Chao Zhuzi's playboy face. "My mom gave the matchmaker 20 yuan so I could get a wife sooner. It was money shed saved up for several months. With this result, she'll definitely give me a beating when I go back. And after this incident, I see clearly now, if I keep loafing around like this in the future, no matter how many girls I meet, it'll be useless." After saying this, Chao Zhuzi sighed. Then continued in an envious tone. "Brother Yang. Your job now is still the best. In the future, you'll probably only be able to sell my strength in the fields like my dad, earning work points, and every day you'll have to fertilize, carry manure." When he got to this point, Chao Zhuzi felt like backing out. "But still, my brother-in-law has it good. He works at the procurement station of the city's food factory, earning over a dozen yuan a month in wages, and during festivals, they hand out a lot of oil, rice, and such." Chao Zhuzi genuinely didn't want to work in the fields every day. Besides tasks like carrying manure and fertilizing, the sheer hardship was also a reason, but these weren't the main points. What he couldn't stand the most was doing those extremely inefficient farm chores repetitively every day. It felt like life had no hope, no meaning. Hearing Chao Zhuzi's lament, Bai Yang thought of the business plan he had drafted that his cheap dad and secretary Wang had taken to the commune today. If this weaving processing factory really gets established, it would definitely need many employees. Chao Zhuzi's heart isn't bad, and he values loyalty. Although he looks big and burly, like a gangster, he's actually a crybaby. One thing Bai Yang somewhat admired about him was his courage to try new things and his disregard for others' opinions. His mind racing, Bai Yang asked. "Zhuzi. That woven bag I gave you last time, is it good?" Instantly, Chao Zhuzi's previously dejected expression changed, his eyes lighting up. "Brother Yang. Your grandma's craftsmanship is truly beyond compare. I treasure that bag so much. I even carried it to this blind date. The girl who met me didn't like me, but her words hinted she wanted me to give her this bag. Humph. She can covet me. But she can't covet this bag you gave me." Bai Yang rolled his eyes internally. What kind of logic was "can covet me, but not my bag"? No wonder girls repeatedly found him off-putting. Bai Yang was utterly impressed by a steel-straight man like Chao Zhuzi who remained single entirely by his own merit. Bai Yang cleared his throat and continued. "Ahem. Our production brigade plans to set up a woven goods processing factory. In the early stages, we'll need people to run the business operations. It might be very hard work. Are you willing to work with me?" Upon hearing Bai Yang's words, Chao Zhuzi's small eyes widened. He looked at Bai Yang with a shocked expression and said excitedly. "Is it like the salesman at my brother-in-law's factory? Oh my God. Can I do it?" After his sister and brother-in-law returned to the city, Chao Zhuzi had visited their food factory once. At the time, his family had dried some wild goods, and his mother had him deliver them to his eldest sister. No one was home then, so he waited at the entrance of his brother-in-law's food factory. He had also seen some of their salesmen there, dressed neatly and cleanly, clearly educated people. Now hearing Bai Yang say this, Chao Zhuzi felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. He was both excited and felt unworthy. Moreover, he didn't know how to do anything. What if he held Brother Yang back? Bai Yang patted his shoulder and said, "Sort of like a salesman, yes. But whether this factory can actually get off the ground is still uncertain. Even if it does start, it'll just be a small workshop for now, nothing compared to those big state-run factories in the city. Also, in the early stages, if sales aren't good, we might even struggle to pay wages, and it might not even count towards work points. Do you want to think about it?" Chao Zhuzi shook his head, saying in a dismissive tone, "Brother Yang. I'm just an idle person anyway. Loafing around every day. No wages aren't a problem. Being a salesman is such a glorious job. I'd do it even if I had to pay for the privilege." Bai Yang. In his previous life, after graduating from university, he had interviewed for many jobs. Either the pay was low, there was no 2-day weekend, or the overtime was severe with no overtime pay. Having delayed finding a satisfactory job and considering freelancing instead of taking a regular position, Bai Yang sighed inwardly, thinking capitalists probably loved employees like Chao Zhuzi the most. What a self-aware piece of leek. Ugh. Bai Yang quickly shook his head, dispelling these thoughts. Looking at Chao Zhuzi, who exuded an aura of clear yet foolish innocence, he imitated the tone of those startup company bosses from his past life and painted a luxurious, grand vision. Finally, he instructed him to study hard, learn, and keep his abilities up to par. Only then did he bid farewell to the now seemingly adrenaline-pumped Chao Zhuzi and head towards the ancient temple. Chapter 25, Defeated Before the Battle Begins. Bai Yang went to the ancient temple and drew some more design sketches for small woven ornaments. After finishing the drawings, he napped on the table for a while. When he woke up, the sun was almost setting. Bai Yang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and his stomach began to growl, so he packed up the rough paper on the table and left, intending to go home for dinner. Returning at this time was just right. His eldest sister-in-law's younger female cousin, Niu Qingqing, would surely have gone back by now. Bai Yang speculated to himself. Strolling slowly back home, he arrived just in time for dinner. As expected, Bai Yang didn't see Niu Qingqing anywhere, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Mother Bai and his sister-in-law, Zhao Hehua, looked a bit downcast. Especially Zhao Hehua, she still couldn't wrap her head around it. Based on her understanding of this younger female cousin she had watched grow up, the girl was clearly satisfied with her younger brother-in-law. How could she reject the marriage proposal immediately after the two of them went for a stroll and returned home? Furthermore, she had originally planned to stay at her mother-in-law's house for 2 days, but after returning, her expression changed drastically, and she left in a hurry, saying she and her younger brother-in-law weren't a good match. Sigh. What a worry. Zhao Hehua looked at her younger brother-in-law sitting opposite her, eating dinner in a refined and quiet manner. To be honest, with his looks and temperament, he was more handsome than any of the educated youth kids from the city she had ever seen. Because he was pampered at home and had never worked in the fields, plus his skin was fair. He was better looking than many of the young women and wives in the village. If her younger female cousin couldn't even appreciate her younger brother-in-law, she deserved to remain unmarried. At this moment, Zhao Hehua didn't even realize that her heart was starting to lean toward Bai Yang's side. Mother Bai actually quite liked her eldest daughter-in-law's younger female cousin, but unfortunately, the girl didn't take an interest in her son. She didn't have much of an appetite and sighed after eating half a bowl of corn lumps. Bai Yang acted as if he didn't see Mother Bai and his sister-in-laws sighing. He was hungry, a bowl of corn lumps paired with wild shepherd's purse and bitter herbs was both healthy and low in salt and oil, with no risk of gaining weight, and it tasted delicious. Mother. Father went to the commune early this morning, why hasn't he come back yet? The voice of Baiduchuan, who was also eating quietly as if he were invisible, came through at this moment. Because her younger son's blind date had fallen through, Mother Bai was in a bad mood. Hearing Baiduchuan's words and thinking about how late it was, she grumbled. The old one and the young one, every single one of them is a handful. Looking at his mother's foul mood, Baiduchuan lowered his head and continued to be invisible, silently eating his meal. Speeding up his eating, Baiduchuan was the first to finish. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and saw his father coming in through the main gate just as he stepped out of the house. Father. You're back. Have you eaten? There's still some left in the kitchen, I'll go get you a bowl. Father Bai had a heavy expression and didn't answer his son. The people eating in the house also heard the sound of Father Bai's return, and Mother Bai, who had been grumbling just now, looked a bit better. Bai Yang quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked out of the house. He saw Father Bai's solemn face, looking clearly preoccupied with something. Bai Yang's heart sank, sensing something was wrong, and he asked nervously. Father. How did it go? Father Bai sighed and then shook his head. He took a puff of his pipe tobacco and explained in a melancholy tone. A production brigade set up a matchstick factory, but they can't sell a large amount of the matches and have lost a lot of money. Now the commune has no money either. Father Bai didn't say the rest, but Bai Yang already understood. When he was doing his research a while ago, he also learned about the situation in other places. Since the higher-up supported production brigade setting up factories, one commune had initially set up a matchstick factory with exceptional results, selling matches even to big cities. That commune, which was also originally poor, had escaped poverty in less than a year. So, over the past few months, other places had followed suit one after another. The Hongo Brigade of their commune was one of them. Hongo Brigade was much larger than the Baiha Brigade and was also an advanced brigade in their county. When Hongo Brigade established this matchstick factory, the commune gave it full support and funded it with a lot of money. In the end, this matchstick factory, which had the largest investment, lost so much that they didn't even recover their costs. During his research, Bai Yang had been skeptical of this kind of behavior, blindly following trends without investigating the market. Now that there were so many matchstick factories, many places were selling them at reduced prices just to get rid of them. Then Father Bai explained the situation in detail. It turned out that various production brigades were now responding to the policy from above to carry out literacy activities. This also took a portion of the money. So the commune was out of funds. Director Huang had even been criticized during a meeting at the county level a couple of days ago, pointed out as a negative example for everyone to learn from. In the end, it was only because the commune's literacy classes for the various production brigades were handled well that they received some praise, which saved a bit of face. He was originally in a very bad mood because of the criticism at the county meeting. Then, it rained heavily a couple of days ago, and much of the stock piled up at the Hongo Brigade's matchstick factory got wet due to storage negligence. Many matches became damp and wouldn't strike. Director Huang had lost his temper at the meeting and scolded the secretary of Hongo Brigade mercilessly. Director Huang's current state was once bitten, twice shy. Caution is the parent of safety. He was not optimistic about the proposal submitted by Secretary Wang and Father Bai. He also told them not to reach for the stars but to keep their feet on the ground and not follow in the footsteps of Hongo Brigade, among other things. Father Bai and Secretary Wang's enthusiasm was like having a bucket of cold water poured over it. He had also seen the brigade leader of Hongo Brigade, who was an old acquaintance of his and old Wang. Seeing him this time, it felt like his hair had turned much whiter. Criticized by Director Huang at the general meeting, he didn't even dare to lift his head and seemed to have aged many years all at once. Seeing that scene, both he and old Wang felt terrible. On the way back, the two old fellows were taciturn and sighing. Although they hadn't spoken, they could see the retreat in each other's expressions. "Let's just forget about this matter." Father Bai took another puff of his pipe tobacco. Then looked at his son and sighed. Hearing Father Bai's words, Bai Yang felt unwilling and still tried his best to persuade him. "Father, our production brigade situation is different from Hongo brigades. You and Uncle Wang have both seen my proposal and understand our brigade situation, the raw materials are right there." Unfortunately, Father Bai interrupted Bai Yang. "Don't worry about this blindly. Just do a good job with your literacy class." After saying this, Father Bai didn't go to eat but left again with his pipe tobacco. Bai Yang felt bad at this moment, too. He could quite understand Father Bai's feelings. However, compared to Father Bai's compromise, he was indeed unwilling to give up just like that. That afternoon, he had been painting a rosy picture for Chao Zhuzi and even promised to make him a salesperson. He hadn't expected this kind of result now. That factory in Hongo Brigade was run in the name of the commune, besides the workers' work points. The remaining income was handled uniformly by the commune. Bai Yang had an idea. He was more inclined toward a weaving processing factory managed by their own people from Baihe Brigade. Although they would have to bear the risks themselves, once it developed, the benefits it would bring to their production brigade would be immeasurable. Having made up his mind, Bai Yang kept the matter to himself, thinking he would wait for his father and Secretary Wang to calm down for a couple of days before talking to them again. It was already past 6 o'clock, and the literacy class session would start at 7. Today's teacher happened to be Gu Jinchen. Bai Yang planned to bring the backpack his grandmother had woven to Gu Jinchen as a thank you gift. Chapter 26, Lin Luoyuo's Thanks. Bai Yang went straight to his room and saw a woven bag on the bed, identical to the one he had given Lu Yuan. His grandmother had finished weaving it that morning and specially placed it on his bed. Bai Yang felt a surge of emotion. He didn't leave with the bag immediately. Instead, using a small knife, he carved his secret desires and overbearing possessiveness onto it, stroke by stroke. As the final stroke fell, Bai Yang lowered his head and blew gently. Once the wood shavings vanished, a tiny poplar tree appeared vividly on the bamboo rattan. He had specifically studied carving as a personal hobby in the past. This poplar tree was carved so lifelike that it gave off a sense of youthful vitality, yet its position was in a very hidden spot on the woven bag, just like the shameful longing and desire in his heart. Looking at this totem that shared his name, Bai Yang both hoped the person would see it and hoped they wouldn't, feeling extremely conflicted. It was already 6:30, and time was very tight. Bai Yang grabbed the woven bag and immediately ran out of the room, bolting toward the ancient temple. When he arrived at the classroom, it was exactly 6:50. Seeing that the stools and tables had already been neatly arranged, and several villagers were even already seated, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yang entered through the back door. As soon as he walked in, he saw Gu Jinchen standing by the podium, looking toward him. When those cold, dark eyes looked over, Bai Yang felt a momentary palpitation. He then avoided his gaze and turned to look at the others in the classroom. At a glance, he saw a beautiful figure sitting in the first row of the classroom. It was none other than Lin Luoluo. Lin Luoluo was beautiful. Some young men had also come to the classroom and were currently sitting in the back, faces flushed as they looked at educated youth Lin in the front, whispering among themselves. After a week of trial runs, the villagers who persisted in attending the classes were basically very self-disciplined. Without needing Bai Yang to arrange anything, they sat in their seats. Following discipline and refraining from idle chatter or disrupting the classroom order. However, those few young men sitting together, who were also unmarried, couldn't restrain their inner restlessness and spoke in low voices. One of them, a rather spirited young man, actually went up to strike up a conversation with Lin Luoluo. Jeers and catcalls from the others could be heard from below. Bai Yang recognized the person who went up to talk. It was Zhou Shun, the son of Aunt Zhao, who had performed a soul-summoning ritual for him on the second day after he transmigrated. Aunt Zhao was a famous spirit medium in the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages, but her son, Zhou Shun, was the foremost opponent of feudal superstition and often undermined his mother. Zhou Shun was different from the other uneducated villagers. He had graduated from elementary school. Because Aunt Zhao wanted her son to inherit her skills, she hadn't let him go on to junior high. As it turned out, Zhou Shun was unwilling to learn his mother's trade and even placed righteousness above family by saying his mother was engaging in swindling and bluffing. Aunt Zhao was so angry that she chased the boy all over the production brigade with a broom. Later, she completely gave up on the idea. Although Zhou Shun had been mischievous since childhood and didn't have a stable temperament, he was serious about learning and had always brooded over not attending junior high. Therefore, he actively signed up to learn after the literacy class started. He was very serious during lessons and would take the initiative to ask questions, making him a top student figure in the literacy class. But this guy, just like the original owner, also liked the beautiful, knowledgeable, and cultured Lin Luluo. Since the past, Zhou Shun and the original owner had disliked each other and didn't get along. However, compared to the original owner's troublemaking nature, Zhou Shun was slightly more down-to-earth and steady. Since Bai Yang had transmigrated, he hadn't had any conflicts with this person. Now, Zhou Shun proactively sat in the empty seat next to Lin Luluo. The young men who were close friends with him all started jeering, and the originally quiet classroom instantly became noisy. Bai Yang instantly got angry, stood up, and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." But those who were close with Zhou Shun naturally wouldn't listen to Bai Yang, and the noise grew even louder. Bai Yang's face turned blue with anger. Damn it. Tomorrow he would complain to Secretary Wang and have these guys undergo Secretary Wang's ideological education one by one. Comrades, please observe classroom discipline and keep quiet. Just then, Gu Jinqian's voice came through. Compared to Bai Yang's previous scolding, his voice had no fluctuations and his tone was flat, but combined with his expressionless face, it made all those jeering people fall silent. Gu Jinqian possessed a naturally powerful and cold aura. Just standing there was enough to make people shudder. Now, being expressionless, especially when his eyes swept over those jeering people, he made them feel a raw, powerful authority. Now that the classroom had quieted down, Bai Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He sat directly in the last row of the classroom by the door, intending to do his own work and draw a few more design sketches, just as he had when other educated youths were teaching. But when Gu Jinqian's clear and magnetic voice rang out, Bai Yang couldn't help but be drawn in, his mind entirely focused on that man. The design sketch under his pen unconsciously turned into a rugged and smooth-lined silhouette. By the time the class ended, a complete portrait had landed on the scratch paper. Bai Yang didn't like drawing realistic sketches. Looking down at the man on the scratch paper, he was dazed for a moment. When today's lesson ended, Bai Yang suddenly saw Lin Luluo walking toward him and immediately pressed the portrait he had drawn under other scratch papers. Comrade Bai, could we find another place to talk? Lin Luluo looked conflicted, and her face also bore an expression of guilt. Bai Yang saw Zhou Shun staring at him with a wait-and-see look, while others had curious, gossipy expressions. He guessed what Lin Luluo wanted to say to him, but to prevent others from speculating and spreading rumors about the two of them, he coughed lightly and intentionally said loudly, "Educated youth Lin, you want to talk to me about some suggestions you have for the teaching in our literacy class, right? How about we talk in my office?" After hearing Bai Yang's words, the curious and gossipy looks on the others' faces instantly vanished, replaced by looks of envy and respect. Even more than half of that guy Zhou Shun's hostile and jealous gaze disappeared, while a guilty expression appeared on his face. Lin Luluo gave Bai Yang a grateful smile. She had been too impulsive just now. Bai Yang had said that for the sake of her reputation. Next, Bai Yang took Lin Luluo to the simple office at the back of the classroom, which had been converted from a woodshed. "Bai Yang, thank you for saving me that night, and for my previous attitude toward you. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before." Please take these tickets. Lin Loluo's voice came as she apologized. Bai Yang accepted her thanks and her apology, but he didn't take her reward. After all, the original owner really had pestered her in the past. I've fallen for someone else. I have no feelings for you now and won't pester you again in the future, so don't worry. Keep these tickets for yourself, consider it compensation for my past pestering. From now on, we're even. Bai Yang spoke straightforwardly. Lin Luluo breathed a sigh of relief and finally said, "Thank you." Her tone was sincere and full of gratitude. At this moment, Bai Yang finally escaped the shadow of the original book and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Luluo was the female lead of this world, a favored child of the heavenly Tao. In the original book, those who didn't get along with her came to no good end. He didn't want to be accidentally turned into cannon fodder because she still harbored dislike for him. When the two returned to the classroom, both felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. When Bai Yang returned to his seat and organized the scratch papers on his desk, he discovered that the portrait was gone, and his heart instantly panicked. Chapter 27, Explanation. Bai Yang squatted down again and searched under the table for a while but couldn't find it. Forget it, I'm not looking anymore. Luckily, I had only drawn the man's profile just now and added many other illusory background details. Unless someone was very familiar with Gu Jinchen, they generally wouldn't recognize him. After rationalizing it, Bai Yang put the matter out of his mind. By now, the villagers who had come to the classroom to study had mostly left one after another, and the benches and tables in the classroom had already been neatly arranged by them. Bai Yang took the scratch paper in his hand to his office. After putting it away, he tidied up his cluttered desk and took out the bag his grandmother had woven. When he came out, the entire classroom was empty, with only one person remaining. The wattage of the incandescent lamp in the classroom was relatively low, emitting a faint yellowish glow. The man stood steadily at the doorway. The bright moonlight from outside shone in, spilling over the man and making his aloof temperament seem even colder. Bai Yang's heart tightened, and then he walked toward the other person, asking in a forcedly relaxed tone. "Educated youth Gu, haven't you gone back yet?" When Bai Yang caught a glimpse of the man's face from the corner of his eye, the indecipherable emotions in those dark, deep eyes made him feel as if his heart had been scorched. "I'm waiting for you." Gu Jinchen's clear, cold voice drifted over. At that moment, Bai Yang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but turn his head away and say sarcastically. "Educated youth Lin came all this way just to accompany you to class, why didn't you walk her back, educated youth Gu?" After saying those jealous words, Bai Yang felt regretful. He felt his remark was nonsensical, rude, and over the line. Thinking the other party would surely be unhappy, he looked up guiltily, only to see a fleeting smile as the corners of the man's mouth curled upward. Bai Yang rarely saw this man smile. Actually, he looked very good when he smiled, the yellowish light lending him a touch of gentleness. "I happened to run into Comrade Bai Jianan at the door." And he walked Comrade Lin back. Gu Jinchen explained slowly. Bai Yang couldn't help but say. "My cousin really likes educated youth Lin. Aren't you afraid she'll have a change of heart?" Gu Jinchen gave a soft laugh and then asked back. "Why should I be afraid?" His voice was low and playful, as if he were teasing a cat. Bai Yang rolled his eyes inwardly. Crap. This Guy shouldn't think he's fearless just because he's Lin Loluo's white moonlight. Although his cousin wasn't as good-looking as him, he was Lin Loluo's official pairing in the original book. No matter how handsome a white moonlight was, in front of the official pairing, he was just cannon fodder. Then just wait for educated youth Lin and my cousin to have 2 kids in 3 years and live a cozy life together. Bai Yang couldn't help but sneer. Gu Jinchen didn't get angry this time. A look of helplessness and doting flashed across his face before he changed the subject. "Is that bag in your hand similar to the ones Lu Wen and Mo Fei carry?" His tone was casual, as if asking offhandedly, but only Gu Jinchen knew how jealous he was of those two. Especially since he had heard Gao Yuan mention this morning that the person in front of him had gone on a blind date with a beautiful girl. The thought of it made him even more irritable. Bai Yang didn't know why he felt a sense of danger from this man. He immediately shook his head, thinking it must be his imagination, then took out the bag, handed it to the other, and said seriously. "Thank you for carrying me to Dr. He's house that night, and thank you for taking me home. This bag was woven by my grandmother, in the same style as the ones I gave to educated youth Lu and Mo earlier." Gu Jinchen took the bag, his lips curling slightly. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, and his voice came out low and raspy. "Is that so?" Bai Yang's heart tightened, and he felt a bit creeped out. Sensing that the man was unhappy, he immediately shook his head. It had to be his imagination. It definitely was. "It's late, I'm going back now. You worked hard teaching today, educated youth Gu, so go back and rest early too." Now that he had delivered the gift, his task for the day was complete. Today's Gu Jinchen made him instinctively feel a sense of danger, so he spoke quickly. After speaking, he walked to the side and pulled the string for the classroom's light bulb. The yellowish light went out instantly. Fortunately, the moon was very round tonight, and there were stars. With the moonlight shining in, the classroom wasn't too dark. As he locked the classroom door, Bai Yang caught a glimpse of the man beside him. He hadn't left but was standing quietly to the side, glancing at the man's face in the moonlight. The obscure emotions there made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Bai Yang calmed himself down and stopped stealing glances at the person beside him. Holding the key, he focused on aligning it with the keyhole. Clang. After locking it, Bai Yang pulled at the wooden door to ensure it was closed tightly. Because the ancient temple was quite old, it made a dull, grating sound in the silent night. Bai Yang took a deep breath and then took the initiative to say goodbye again. "Well then, educated youth Gu, I'll be going BA." Before Bai Yang could finish his sentence, Gu Jinchen's voice suddenly rang out. "I have never liked Lin Luluo." Bai Yang's body froze. He knew the other was responding to his earlier sneer and sarcasm. Because of Gu Jinchen's non sequitur, Bai Yang's heart raced, and that dark thought he had buried began to resurface. "You, don't lie to me." Bai Yang was both nervous and guilty. He should have just said goodbye and left. But he couldn't help but stammer. "I will deal with the rumors about her and me, and I will make things clear to her." Gu Jinchen continued. Previously, he had let those rumors spread because he didn't care, but now his thoughts had changed. Some things were better clarified sooner rather than later. "Let me walk you back," Gu Jinchen added. Bai Yang's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out what this man meant. Was he hinting at something? Could he be overthinking things and being presumptuous? As someone who had been single since birth, this was his first time liking someone. The once bold and fearless him was now becoming increasingly cautious and wary. He needed to be alone to sort out his thoughts and the meaning behind Gu Jinchen's words, so he said. "I can go back by myself." Gu Jinchen paused. A cold light flashed in his eyes and quickly vanished as he said in a gentle tone. "There are wild wolves on the mountains nearby. Aren't you afraid of them? Let me walk you back." Hearing this, Bai Yang instantly thought of the big guard dog chained up at Aunt Wu's house and rolled his eyes. Crap. This guy actually dared to mention wild wolves. He was trying to trick him again. Did he think he was a child? There are no wolves on this mountain at all, those are just lies used to fool children. Also, Aunt Wu's old hen wasn't carried off by a wolf, it was stolen by Zhao the Pockmarked. Chapter 28, Forbearance. Gu Jinchen's perspective. Hee. Gu Jinchen suddenly burst out laughing at this moment. Bai Yang said in exasperated anger. "What the heck are you laughing at? It's all your fault for tricking me, you scared me into believing it was real." After Bai Yang finished speaking, Gu Jinchen's gentle voice drifted over. "I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Since the other party had put it that way, it would be a bit unreasonable for Bai Yang to keep blaming him. He sighed in his heart. Recalling the scene he had witnessed that morning regarding Zhao the pockmarked being arrested, he felt much better, so he spoke up. A scumbag like Zhao the pockmarked being taken to the police station is truly satisfying. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Gu Jingchen's pitch-black eyes before he spoke. He shouldn't have hurt you. Hearing Gu Jingchen's reply, a warm current flowed through Bai Yang's heart. After the two had walked for a few minutes, Bai Yang looked at the man under the moonlight, thinking that they should be considered friends now. Bai Yang didn't expect the other to fall for him quickly, he thought they could develop their relationship slowly. Since the other didn't like Lin Lulua, it meant he still had a chance. Are we now free? Before Bai Yang could finish his sentence, a familiar figure suddenly ran over. Bai Yang. A hearty and familiar voice called out. Interrupting Bai Yang. It was none other than his cousin Bai Jianan, who was out for a night run. Bai Jianan must have just walked Lin Lulua back to the educated youth compound and was now running from that direction. His face was covered in sweat, indicating he had run the whole way. At that moment, Bai Jianan stopped beside Bai Yang and Gu Jingchen and began walking with them. Educated youth Gu. The educated youth compound is in that direction, why are you walking this way? Bai Jianan was a total straight man, and he asked curiously and bluntly. Bai Yang felt a lump in his throat, while Gu Jingchen explained in his usual flat tone. I'm walking comrade Bai home. Hearing this answer, Bai Jianan thought that while this educated youth Gu seemed cold-natured, he was actually quite warm-hearted, walking his younger male cousin home because he knew he was afraid of dogs. Educated youth Gu, it's late. You should head back. My house and my younger male cousins are very close. I can walk him back. After saying that, he turned to look at his fair-skinned little younger male cousin and said helplessly. Bai Yang, you really are something, letting educated youth Gu walk you home. How inconsiderate. Tell you what, I go for a night run around here every day anyway, so I'll walk you home from now on. Don't go troubling others. Bai Jianan continued talking in a boisterous tone, failing to notice that Gu Jingchen's expression had turned somewhat sour. Then I'll be going first. Be careful on the road. Gu Jingchen sighed, letting his face return to its usual polite and courteous expression. After saying this to the two of them, he left. Bai Jianan was in high spirits tonight, chanting Lin Luluo's name the whole way. Bai Yang listened to him the entire way and learned that after his cousin walked Lin Lulua back today, he had received a piece of candy and was overjoyed. By the time they got home, his ears were practically ringing from listening to it. Bai Yang sighed inwardly, they truly were the official couple. It wasn't for nothing that his cousin went for night runs near the educated youth compound every single night. In this era without cell phones or the internet, Bai Yang had already developed the good habit of sleeping early and waking up early. After returning home, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Mini extra, Gu Jingchen's perspective. While someone fell asleep immediately, someone else was suffering from insomnia. At this moment, in the male-educated youth dormitory, Gu Jingchen sat on his bed, quietly looking at the portrait sketch in his hand by the moonlight streaming in. Although it was only a profile view, he recognized at a glance that the person in the drawing was himself. The other two in the dormitory were already asleep, their snoring audible, but he couldn't sleep. For someone usually rational and cold-natured, it was the first time he felt his brain and heart spiraling out of control. That person's figure lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. His sharp and handsome sword-like brows were now furrowed, and a sense of confusion and irritation appeared on his usually cold and distant face. Suddenly coming to the countryside here was an unexpected turn of events for him. He was supposed to return to the capital city in at most half a year. He had originally planned to spend his time in the countryside keeping a low profile. Logically, he shouldn't have signed up for something as attention-grabbing as teaching the literacy class, but he didn't know what had come over him. It was as if he were possessed, by some strange twist of fate, he had involuntarily written his name on that registration form. After putting down the sketch, he took a boiled egg out of his drawer. It had a cute cartoon portrait on it. Looking at this lifelike portrait, a hint of tenderness touched his brow. This boiled egg had been kept for a long time. Fearing it would spoil, Gu Jinshen had specifically found a way to soak it in a solution he developed so it could be preserved longer. Looking at it, Gu Jinshen recalled the morning he first arrived at the Baihe Brigade. After a day of exhausting travel, he had just arrived. His ears were filled with noisy and clamorous sounds. Suddenly, he heard a burst of laughter from the crowd. He looked up irritably and saw a rather handsome young man in the crowd with a cinnabar mole between his brows. Those beautiful almond eyes seemed to hold a sea of stars, making him unable to resist taking a few more looks. Despite being a stranger, the youth had run over and shoved that egg into his hand. After settling into the dormitory, he heard other male-educated youths talking about him and learned his name by Yang, a very nice name. But the person they spoke of was a notorious hooligan, who seemed nothing like the person he had seen. What made Gu Jinshen even more uncomfortable was their claim that the man had been shamelessly pestering Lin Luluo. Lin Luluo's family had some connections with his, they had met long ago. Although he had known her for a while, his feelings for her were at most those of a brother for a sister, completely unlike the childhood sweethearts relationship people whispered about. However, Gu Jinshen didn't bother to explain. He wouldn't be staying here for long anyway, at most 6 months, and his encounters with the other educated youths and the villagers of the Baihe Brigade were just chance meetings, mere passers-by in his long life. But the next day, when he saw that young man pestering Lin Luluo just as they said, he felt as if his heart were blocked. He, who was usually emotionally indifferent and rarely swayed, felt a surge of anger at that moment. That handsome young man also became loathsome in his eyes at that instant. Yet, he couldn't help but go against his own will and sign up to teach the literacy class. On that night of torrential rain, when he saw that person crouching on the ground, fragile and afraid, drenched to the bone and trembling all over, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He carried him back to his dormitory on his back and placed him on his own bed. He, who usually had an obsession with cleanliness and a very strong sense of boundaries, even used his own cup to feed him water. Later, as if possessed, he drank the water the other had left over while unconscious. If people in the capital city who knew him found out, they would surely be dumbfounded, he thought at the time. He took care of him personally all night but didn't want him to know it was he who had done all this, so he asked his roommate Lu Wen, educated youth Lu, to keep it a secret. Later, he realized his dark desires and tried to restrain them. But he couldn't help wanting to get close to him several times. The night Zhao the hooligan heard him, seeing that stone fly toward him, his heart seemed to stop beating for a second. It wasn't until this morning, when he accidentally overheard Gao Yuan saying the youth was on a blind date with another woman and was at the stage of discussing marriage, that he completely panicked. He had done many out-of-line things tonight. Right now, Gu Jinshen's mind was in a mess, and he felt like he was in a state of losing control. But thinking of those people in the capital city, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his dark, deep pupils. Now was not the time. He also couldn't protect him properly. Chapter 29, A Difficult Decision. You mean, our production brigade will go it alone? Secretary Wang swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. At the same time, his eyes darted around, and his heart pounded fiercely. It couldn't be helped, nowadays. Rural factories were basically initiated by the commune or the town. Their production brigade had fewer than 50 households in total, with only about 200 people including the young and old. Could this really work? Actually, when Bai Yang was drafting the proposal, he was already leaning toward the Baihe brigade going it alone. If the commune took the lead, although the Baihe brigade would bear less risk, the share of the cake they would receive later would also be smaller. However, in these times, there were no cases of a single village opening a factory independently, let alone a small production team. Both Secretary Wang and his father were steady by nature, so they naturally wouldn't want to be the first to stick their necks out. Even with their production brigade's literacy class, Uncle Wang only made the decision after seeing other production brigades do it and receive praise from above. Carefully weighing the options before giving the green light. Meanwhile, Father Bai had a solemn expression. For once, he didn't speak up in opposition. He took a puff of his dry tobacco, contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Bai Yang continued his persuasion. The cost of our weaving processing factory is very low, it's more about creativity and craftsmanship. Like you said, Uncle Wang, there's plenty of bamboo and rattan on our production brigade's mountain. It's different from the matchstick factory the commune set up in the Hongo brigade. Our costs are minimal, and since our products aren't on the market yet, not even in the big cities, well, take the high-end route. Something that costs less than 10 cents to make could be sold for 1 yuan, or even several yuan. While persuading them, Bai Yang observed the reactions of Secretary Wang and his father. Secretary Wang looked conflicted and torn. While his father's solemn face suddenly showed a flash of determination after taking another puff of his pipe. He knew that his father and Uncle Wang couldn't resist this temptation at all. The immense temptation of making their impoverished production team wealthy and ensuring the villagers could have enough to eat. In the original owner's memory, Bai Yang saw that a few months ago, when the commune decided to set up a matchstick factory, his father and Secretary Wang had made many trips to the commune. When the site for the matchstick factory was finally chosen to be in the Hongo brigade, the most advanced production brigade in their commune, his father smoked several times more tobacco than usual. He spent the whole day with a dark face, sighing constantly, and was even scolded several times by Mother Bai. I think it'll work. At that moment, Father Bai put down his tobacco and spoke in a solemn tone. Since that old fellow Bai Shan, who was always steady, had said so. Secretary Wang no longer hesitated. A look of resolution flashed in his small eyes. Steeling himself, he slammed his hand on the table. Then I, old Wang, will go all out too. Our production brigade will do it ourselves. It'll save me from having to look at their faces again. Having made the decision, the usually slick and worldly old fox Secretary Wang spoke freely, his voice filled with excitement. Bai Yang struck while the iron was hot. Dad. Uncle Wang. Then let's start as soon as possible. First, we'll hold a weaving competition for our production brigade. By the time Bai Yang and his father left the production team office, it was already noon, and the sun was directly overhead. Thinking about the upcoming plan, Bai Yang was full of motivation. Dad. When we get home, let Grandma sign up for the weaving competition too. Her craftsmanship is top-notch, she might even take first place. Father Bai's dark face was also full of smiles. Turning to look at his high-spirited son beside him, his eyes suddenly grew a bit moist, filled with pride for his youngest son. This kid has really grown up. Thinking back to the nonsense this kid used to get into, it felt like only yesterday. He had thought this son, spoiled rotten by the family, was completely ruined, but he never expected there would be such a turning point. It seems that old woman Wu really has some skill. They arrived home just in time for lunch. Mother Bai had been unhappy because the marriage between Bai Yang and her eldest daughter-in-law's younger female cousin had fallen through, even her food didn't taste as good as usual. At that moment, Bai Yang brought up the weaving competition, and Father Bai added that there would be prizes for the top 3, with the first prize being 10 yuan. Upon hearing this news, the whole family instantly perked up. Even the sighing and long-faced Mother Bai forgot about her son's marriage prospects, her eyes fixed on the huge sum of 10 yuan. Zhao Huahua sighed at this moment. Although she was skillful, she was better at embroidery and needlework. When her maternal grandmother was young, she was an embroidery maid for a wealthy family in the city. She and her younger female cousin had both learned needlework their grandmother as children. Although that girl, her younger female cousin Niu Qingqing, was annoying, her talent for embroidery had earned praise even from their well-traveled grandmother. While she couldn't compare to her. In the Baihe brigade, if one spoke of embroidery, it was no exaggeration to say that if she were second, no one could be first. When she married by Dutchwan, the embroidered quilt cover she made for her dowry had gained her a lot of face in her husband's family. Too bad it's a weaving competition. If only it were an embroidery competition. Zhao Hehua felt the 10 yuan slipping away before her eyes, her heart full of regret. However, when it came to weaving, Grandma's skills were the best. If Grandma won first place, at least the benefit wouldn't go to an outsider. Zhao Hehua's eyes darted around, and she immediately offered a smiling compliment. Oh my! When it comes to weaving, Grandma, your skills are beyond reproach. In our whole production brigade, I've never seen anyone more skilled at weaving than you. The words of her eldest grandson's wife instantly made Grandma Bai bloom with joy, the wrinkles on her face opening up in a wide smile. Seeing her mother-in-law so happy, Mother Bai looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with appreciation. Hehua was indeed sweet-talked and sensible. Huh, stop teasing this old woman. Actually, in our Baihe village, basically every household knows how to weave. Old sisters like Auntie Li and Auntie Chow are just as good as me. Grandma Bai said these humble words against her heart, but the smile on her face clearly showed that her grandson's wife's words had truly made her happy. After a few more humble remarks, Grandma Bai gladly agreed to sign up for the weaving competition. Unlike Zhao Hehua and Mother Bai, who felt the pressure of competition increase and became a bit worried, Bai Yang and Father Bai were even happier. By the sound of it, the older generation in their Baihe brigade was full of hidden talents. Once the weaving processing factory opened, they could hire them all to work there. Grandma, this weaving is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. We of the younger generation can't let it be lost, we should carry it forward. Bai Yang spoke in a sincere tone. The old lady, over 70, was instantly coaxed into a beaming smile by her favorite grandson's words. Her heart full of pride. Especially since these words gave this old woman, with half her body already in the grave, a sense of accomplishment, making her take the weaving competition even more seriously. Father Bai also looked at his son with appreciation, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his cunning eyes. Xiao Bao is right. The higher-ups required each production brigade to do a good job with their propaganda work. But with only farm work to do every day, especially since their production brigade's harvest was always at the bottom, the propaganda work was even harder to carry out. Old Wang's already sparse hair was becoming even balder from worry. His son's words just now suddenly opened his mind. He would have a good talk with old Wang later.